Welcome to the last day of the Women in Esports Lioness Cup. I'm Palmer, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be your host for the last 3 days. So join me in this best of 5 grand final. The two powerhouses we have are Randoms versus PawPower. Both teams have incredible runs, but Randoms are currently undefeated in the tournament. And PawPower has only lost one game, and that was to Randoms in the Swiss stage. On that note, let's see what our casters have to say.
Hello.
Hey casters, how are we doing?
Hi. Doing really good.
Very excited to see the games.
I'm super glad. I just wanted to get your feelings on yesterday's games. You know, we only covered one out of the two. We didn't cover Randoms, unfortunately, but we covered PawPower. I just wanted to get your thoughts and feelings about how yesterday went down.
Yeah, so PawPower played absolutely amazingly. I mean, the way they just rushed into site, they were very aggressive, and it obviously paid off with so many rounds. And Haven was a little bit of a close game. That was the second game, but their first game they did absolutely fantastic, with a much higher score for them. So hopefully they'll keep that up. But to be honest, with the way that Randoms are coming through, we just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I do think that yesterday we saw some insane gameplay from PawPower, and it was like really shocking to see just how good the players were. But you know, as Beth said, we don't know what to expect from Randoms. They have been playing really well as well. They haven't lost a map so far, so.
And there's one keynote I really want to talk about is how much we've seen Haven. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the map, I like to play it, but to watch it over and over, it must be such a comfortable map for each and every single one of these players. So do you think we're going to see it today?
I mean, the map's been there since the start, really, and obviously, I think even if it's not on these specific teams that these players have had practice on that map, but even if they've been on past teams, they would have practiced the strategies together, basically. So I think it's a good chance for them to take those strats that they already know with a map that they've already practiced over and over, and I think that's why it's become so popular in the series.
Yeah, I'm hoping maybe to see it again today because, we have been seeing it so much previous. I think it's just kind of a prediction at this point to, assume that it's going to come back. But yeah.
On that note, I just wanted to grab your overall mindset, let's say, about what we're going to see from both teams. Yes, PawPowers have lost to randoms in the Swiss stage. They do want their revenge because that was the decider. If either of team were to go undefeated, it was that game in the Swiss stage. So I imagine PawPower are looking for their revenge. They're hungry, but I just want to grab your ideas about how each team are going to go into this.
Honestly, I mean, as we've said, randoms have been playing so well and they haven't lost a game yet. And I think that there's still a high chance that they can keep that up. And PawPower may even go back to the game they played against randoms before and try and analyze their gameplay, try and see where their mistakes were and play to the best ability to not make those same mistakes. But we can't guarantee that that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Is there anything else really to say? I think because we have just been watching PawPower play recently, and of course Discord answers who are now out, unfortunately, I think it would be difficult to not kind of have a fan favorite, if you will. So I'm hoping to see maybe PawPower. Not too sure about the maps, how they're going to be played out, but I hope that they might get a chance to at least prove themselves against randoms.
I just wanted to grab more of your opinions because I value them so much, and I know everyone at home does as well. What kind of ideas do we have for what kind of agents are going to be picked today?
I think we've seen quite a bit of chamber from not from PawPower but from random, sorry. And I think there's a high chance that we'll see that again today. I think especially as they're going to try their best to out-aim, I think that's one of the key things in these games because they are such high-level players on both teams. They're used to having strong IGLs, having strong strategies, so I think it might just come down to aim at the end of the day. So I think Chamber is definitely a pick that we will see.
Yeah, and talking about aim, again, just like a kind of pattern that I've been noticing, and of course after yesterday's interview, we've heard that Jade is very comfortable with playing Yoru. So I do think that we're definitely going to see a couple of Yoru games with maybe the Operator, maybe the Outlaw. So I think that would be a fun matchup maybe against Chamber because Chamber's ultimate is literally an Operator, but times 100. So yeah.
I mean, going into a grand final is a really big deal, especially when you're so passionate about esports and Valorant in general. What are the team's mindset going into this? It's a best of 5, so it's lengthy, it's quite difficult. Yes, it's easier if you do want to try and get into the game. The first game you can use as sort of a warm-up, but I think in random's case, if they win that first map and push it to the second, they just have the ball rolling a little bit. So I just wanted to ask you guys, what's each team's mindset going into the game from PawPower and randoms?
Well, obviously, as randoms are yet to lose a game, I think they're going to have that ego. They're going to be ready. They're going to have that confidence in themselves to be able to run it down and not fall behind. But all could change today as PawPower have been playing absolutely incredibly. And like I said, I think they'll look back at that game that they played against randoms before and they'll try and analyze what happened and try and change up what they're doing to make sure that they secure the win today. But with the way that randoms have been playing, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, you know, we have been seeing some quite aggressive plays from PawPower, and they have been playing very confidently yesterday. Not much, I don't really know much about randoms, but obviously we have heard how greatly they have been dominating this tournament so far with, you know, not losing a map at all. So I think it's going to be a great matchup. I think both teams are kind of careful, you know, kind of knowing what to expect, maybe trying to play less aggressively and more strategically. It's really just a surprise for us.
I mean, I just wanted to talk about how strong of a core randoms are. They have 4 players that have been together since November, where they played in the Athena Cup and didn't drop a single map. So from then till now, they are completely undefeated in 12 games. So when you look at it from a PawPower point of view, that are just sort of, like Jade said yesterday, 5 friends trying to make something work and build experience and play more officials, does that sort of trickle into their mind? Or is it just going to be, let's get revenge today, guys. We can show what we're really made of?
Well, I think PawPower might even be scared because they have lost to randoms before, so it could be a chance for them to redeem themselves, and they might try and have that mindset that they want to get their revenge. But with the fact that randoms haven't lost a game since then, I think they're going to have that ego, and that may just fuel them enough to be able to keep going and keep that streak going to secure that win today.
Yeah, completely agree. I'm thinking that I think that they might be more interested in playing for fun instead of, you know, trying to get the revenge that you guys are talking about. But I mean, at the end of the day, it is just 2 kind of friend groups playing against each other. So I do think they are just going into this, maybe not to win, maybe it is just because competitive can be a little bit draining. So playing in tournaments is kind of the most fun that you can have, especially as a team.
Well, I mean, we wouldn't be a very good casting desk if we didn't give any predictions. So just wanted to grab map predictions and then we can go on to score predictions. So Beth, what do you think maps we're going to see today, or what maps will we see today?
Well, the vetoes have come through, so the first map that we'll be seeing today is Haven. Obviously, I think that was kind of predicted by everyone because we've seen it so much before, and that was picked by randoms, and then PawPower have chosen to attack. Then the second map picked by PawPower is Abyss, which is something we are yet to see. And I'm really excited to see how the teams are going to play that, because obviously we haven't seen that yet, and I don't know what strategies are going to come through. And randoms have chosen to go defense on Abyss. Then Split is the third map picked by randoms, and PawPower have decided to go for defense. So Haven, Abyss, and Split is what we'll be seeing today.
It's a best of 5, so there must
that is
be
a good point.
some
Sorry,
maps. If the veto
there
is
are more
continuing,
maps.
no, don't apologize. It's kind of tricky when we've done 2 broadcasts with best of 3s, and it almost feels like every tournament's a best of 3, so best of 5s is somewhat kind of weird to hear and see, but it gives us so much more chance to see how these players can really play. But like you were saying with Abyss, we haven't seen much of it on stream, but we have seen that a lot of players played it in the Swiss stage. I know that randoms did play it in their last game yesterday, so I don't know how PawPower are really going to sort of counteract that or sort of tackle their ideologies. But Adina, what do you think?
Well, I'm quite excited to, of course, see Haven being chosen, because, I mean, at this point we should just become experts at casting over that map with PawPower. But we have seen some very nice and aggressive gameplay from them, as I said, with the Chamber and the Yoru. Abyss, we haven't actually seen any games on Abyss, I don't think. So that's going to be quite exciting to see. Split, of course, we saw it in yesterday's games. Quite fun. The rest is up to a debate if it's going to, you know, get onto the 4th map. Hopefully it will. Hopefully we're going to see like an even matchup. But there's only so much that we can say.
Shall we go through the other two maps then?
I mean, go for it.
So after Split, we have Pearl, which was picked by PawPower, and randoms have gone for defense. And then Corrode is the final map for today, with randoms going for defense. So we have a great little mix there.
They are some really competitive maps. I know the map pool isn't my personal favorite, but to watch, it's definitely sort of cinema. I mean, Corrode, I'm so happy if we could get to that final map to see it, because we haven't seen it all tournament. I mean, some people have played it. I know that DSQ Viola definitely played it as one of their main staples in the Swiss stage, but other than that, we haven't seen much. So some great maps, and it's going to be an intense, harsh battle. So I don't really know what to expect, but can I get your predictions for the score?
I think I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say 3-0 to randoms. I don't think they're going to break this streak.
Well, I'm not sure. I would want to say the same thing, especially because considering their history, but I do also think I have a little bit of a bias for PawPower, so I do want them to kind of dominate today's games. I would say 3-0, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe a 3-1. Who knows? Hopefully. I don't know. I'm a big fan for PawPowers though.
Well, I think it might just go the mileage. I'm going to predict something maybe out of the ordinary, a 3-2 to randoms. I think randoms probably get first map, and I definitely think because it's a best of 5, PawPower could really start getting into the game, bring it back maybe 2-2, and then I think randoms take the final map. But I think that's it from me. Good luck to you both, and I shall see you very soon.
I'm super excited to get into the games today. Obviously, we have Haven first, which we've seen many times now. We kind of know what to expect, especially from PawPower. We've seen them play it twice, and I really hope that they win this, because honestly, I'm a bit scared that randoms may even start to dominate. But if we can try and get that score as even as possible, it would be really exciting to see.
Yeah, completely. I was going to mention that because we have seen Haven so much, we kind of know what to expect in terms of strategy, kind of maybe setups, if it's going to be a similar team composition as yesterday from PawPower. So I think I'm not too sure about the predictions, considering that they have lost them before, but maybe hopefully they have learned from that one game, they have analyzed it. I do know that they both have really great coaches, so yeah.
Now obviously we've seen some of these maps before, and we've also got some new ones here. So Corrode being the last game, I think is really interesting because we are yet to see Corrode in the series. Then we have Pearl as well, which we mentioned on the first day that we would have liked to see, and we also wanted to see it yesterday, but we still haven't seen any Pearl gameplay just yet, because obviously Haven has been very so prevalent. And yeah, I really want to see how Pearl and Corrode are played with these teams, because maybe they've been able to watch some of the opponents' games from previous streams, but with these maps not being played yet, they just don't know what to expect from the enemy.
Yeah, we do know. I think we have seen gameplay on Bind, but unfortunately the map was banned. But I do think even from previous games on different maps, you can kind of piece together the kind of general idea that both teams like to play as. As I mentioned multiple times before, it is definitely PawPower is very aggressive. Not too sure about randoms. It might be that the aggression is going to play really well into how randoms could play, or maybe it's going to be mixed. Maybe we're just going to be seeing a bunch of team split ups and then just gathering all together, just trying to push onto a side. Not too sure.
Yeah. And then Abyss being the second game, I think Abyss is such a chamber-heavy map. And as we're probably going to see the chamber from randoms today, I think that will be really intriguing, because once you get that mid control with the chamber op, or even just chamber holding mid alone, I think it's just so powerful, and it may be a chance for randoms to get an easy win there because the chamber is so strong on their team.
Yeah, speaking about Abyss, I do also kind of expect an Astra, possibly. With the chamber, Astra's ultimate is incredibly good. Also, her smokes, maybe for Haven, Astra would be good as well, but I think we might stick with a Omen.
Yeah.
Very classic pick.
And then obviously Split, we saw Split yesterday. We saw some of the Breach plays, and we saw definitely, I think Double Initiator is really strong on Split. And we saw the Yoru, and the Yoru just keeps coming back as well. And I really think we're going to keep seeing that over and over today. And now as we go into Haven now with the Agent Select, let's take a little look at who we are seeing.
As predicted, we got Jade on the Yoru, Purity on the Waylay. We did see some insane gameplay going on with Purity yesterday. Dropping a 30 bomb. It was quite the game to watch. Of course, the Omen.
100%. Now we do have, the Yoru matchup here on both teams. Bringing back a Viper on Haven, we did see that yesterday, and it was quite successful, I think. Having Yoru and Waylay both on one team, I think, is going to call for some really fast pushes.
Of course, and I do also very much like randoms so far, what they have hovered with the Yoru, the Viper, the Sova, the Killjoy, and the Omen. I think that is just a great kind of overall, with all the different roles in the game. So they have the Initiator, they have the Sentinel, they have the Controller. They have two controls, actually, which we have seen how well Omen and Viper pair together on this map before.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I mentioned yesterday, the spots that Omen can TP into is so powerful, and using the Omen blind to get into sight is just something that's kind of a need on Haven, I think, for sure.
Yeah, and I think we might be going into the game right now.
Loading in right now. Now, Cypher versus Killjoy as the Sentinels, I think, is super, super exciting, really, because you get to see such different ways of playing on Sentinel on this map. And as a Killjoy player myself, like I mentioned before, there's a certain way of holding down C in Garage, because you have to kind of more hold Garage with the util, C with the util, playing in Garage and just playing for retake. But Cypher, there's a bit more fluidity about how you can lurk around the map, especially as there's no range for the trips.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see, I think it was PawPower yesterday, where there were two players playing in Garage basically almost all the time, which I did really like that strategy, because of course, as if there is a mid push going on, it's great, because if one of them does get picked off accidentally, there's someone else to kind of follow up for that.
Yeah. Now we're seeing a bit of an A push here. All five heading towards A. We've got Yoru and Sova sitting on site. They're in a bit of a tricky situation. He gets blinded. Tebra's getting 3 instantly and TPing out to safety.
That is
what a
insane.
Fantastic push. Yeah.
Pistol random, we're already gonna get 3k, not even that long into it.
Bomb is down so early into the round. Kalia is up to holding site herself, but they're holding a high-low and kill her and are able to defuse the spike. What a quick round that was.
Yeah, I think they definitely did really well with the high-low there. I think they knew that, how quickly they pushed into the side, that they would try to maybe get the picks, maybe try to peek. So I really do like the strategy so far. It is just first round, of course.
Yeah. But we saw the fast push there from randoms. They went in so quickly, got that spike down, and honestly were just, they were so prepared.
And it is just very much about that quick decision making. Just realizing it's as soon as they kind of entered onto site that, hey, we need to do this. It's honestly, it's kind of outstanding.
Yeah. Now we're seeing a bit of a garage double hold. And I think we saw this yesterday, but obviously we're seeing a bit of a team switch around this time. But the Viper and Killjoy sort of heavy towards garage. Really a good sign of a hold down.
I do really like the slow push onto B, trying to see if there's anyone there, which of course Omen is maybe just about to peek. They do see him. Destroy the utility.
Pulling back as soon as they get spotted. We're seeing the Killjoy push down C long here, getting the control for randoms. Dia has this position. Sit towards the corner if she wants, but she's going to keep going. She's going to get that information, see where the team's gone. Mally doesn't see anyone just yet, holding long here. Sees one and pulls back. She's going to relay that information to her team.
I like the slow gameplay, just kind of destroying everything that they can see utility-wise. Oh, we already see Tabrit's getting 2, potentially a 3, and a 4K with the Guardian.
Wow, what a fantastic start for Tabris to this game. I mean, we've seen them now get, what was that? How many kills? Already 7. 3K in the first round, 4K in the second. Just a great start.
I mean, we have been seeing some very aggressive Euro gameplays with, some even better aims. I think this might just stand above it all.
I mean, yesterday we did manage to see an ace, which we were really hoping for, and I wonder if we will see another.
Of course. With the 3K curses every single round, basically.
Now, they've inserted Blossy into short here to hold that angle, make sure that they don't push up out of A. They're creeping up slowly, seeing if they can get any control here. But again, they have one pushing down C long, and Tabris this time pushing up, getting that control, but there's a Cypher trip holding her back.
It might not be too bad. I think they are just trying to get mid control so far, which is the smartest to do right now. As we do kind of see the Sova here trying to push onto Garage, gets backed off from the Viper molly.
They have that double hold again on Garage, which they need to be careful for. And we saw it held so strongly yesterday, but whether randoms are going to hold it in the same way that PawPower did, we just don't know yet. But if it was anything like yesterday, they do need to be a bit scared.
Of course, and we are seeing that kind of right now with how considerate the team is being, trying to gather as much information as they can before they are pushing in.
They've gone for the fast A push again because it worked for them before. They're on site, getting that spike down. The only thing is they need to be able to hold this. But it is a 5v2 now. Tabris and Tito pair. They want to get that retake. They haven't got much of a chance right now.
The round does look really good for PawPower right now, but do not forget, Tabris is still alive. They do still have a Guardian. It is just magic what they can do with it.
They've decided to take this fight. They're going together. Tabris gets one nice shot there with the Guardian. Absolutely incredible. But getting traded off there. Tito pair decides to save her gun.
Of course, the best thing that they can do is they are all running away from the spike, not trying to die for it.
That was a really great round there for PawPower. They managed to get that spike down as quickly as possible like they did before, and they were able to hold that site, which they failed to do so in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, even that save from the Viper with the Vandal, it was quite smart because now they do have that kind of economy advantage. At least one player does.
Absolutely. Now we're seeing them head towards A again. I think they want to go for a similar A push, but it looks like they're going to leave Cypher to lurk. They want to leave Kalia to get a few kills here and there, get some more map control for them.
We are just seeing them getting shut down almost instantly as Zero tries to push into Shower and Long. Quite the utility dump so far.
I think Random's kind of predicted the A push here because it did work for PawPower in the round previously, and they don't want to allow them to get that same round win. So they three-stacked it, but they're now pulling back.
For sure, we've definitely also seen PawPower and just trying to push onto A multiple times last game. I'm not too sure if they have watched those games or analyzed it, but it is quite a good call to make.
Dia might be in some trouble here. She tries to molly off Garage, but they break the molly. Tabris gets one on C-Long. Does she know there's another there? She doesn't. It falls to Jade. There's 3 now in Garage, able to get that C split here. It's 4v4 on both teams.
Yeah, Purity is still alive as well. So is Jade. They are just pushing in. Tetraprodic gets 1, gets 2. And unfortunately gets traded out.
30 seconds left.
Karina gets Evie here. Evie, sorry. And oh, Karina with 4K holding down that site for her team. Absolutely incredible shot.
I mean, first game and the aim is already looking perfectly clean. I mean, those head taps that we're seeing from both the Guardian and what we just witnessed from Karina. It's insane.
Now, I wonder if they're going to go back to A, because obviously they tried it before and Randoms predicted that they were going to go A and held it down with more people. And it seems that they're doing the same. They've got 4 stacked towards A here. They're going to leave Killjoy for the retake on C to hold down Garage with her alarm bot on B as well. But I think PawPower want to play a little bit slower. They don't want to go for that aggressive take because it hasn't been working.
Yeah, they are definitely learning how to predict this team right now, as we see with Tabris pushing up. And Purity and the rest of the team is just kind of trying to get information in mid, trying to see if anyone is willing to push out. But of course, Randoms are playing really safe.
Now, they've left Omen to hold around C-Long because they know that they like to push up there now. Unfortunately, Tabris gets picked off. And we're seeing a bit of a hero rifle here from Tito having a Vandal, the rest of the team on the Sheriffs. They've gone for more of a save. So they might be playing more stacked around the Viper, which is why they went for 4A, because they wanted to keep that gun with their team.
Of course, and we are seeing a C execute so far for the players just trying to get onto side. Of course, being very careful for what utility and what players might be hiding there, but there is currently no one. And they are just free to plant the spike.
Randoms had absolutely no idea that PawPower was so ready for that C push. They played so slow, which was absolutely fantastic. They weren't able to kind of catch them out because they didn't even know. They didn't have any noise or any information apart from the Killjoy being quite late on that Garage.
Of course. Although I'm kind of questioning the play here. I did really like Killjoy going into the garage, but unfortunately gets picked up by Jade. And it is just kill after kill.
They were holding with that op. Obviously, Jade on the op again. She was absolutely fantastic yesterday with that operator, and I'm really glad that we get to see her using that again. And she was holding the site down there, holding down that Garage line, making sure the Killjoy couldn't push through, denying it for the enemy.
Yeah, I can see both Jade and Tabris both having the operators, which I did mention in the beginning that we might be seeing a bunch of Yuri because you know, Yuri does have the kind of skills to just be able to get away really quickly if they do happen to miss a shot on the operator. It is quite a nice skill to fall back on.
I think PawPower have realised that having that C-Long control is really key to them now, because once they give that away, that's when they start to fall. So they've left the op, they've left Jade sitting there, but Dia gets that headshot, shuts down the operator, denies them that control anymore. So now the rest of the team are stuck lurking up mid. They want to see if they can get an insert into B here.
They are very aware of the turret. Throwing down one smoke, potentially just running it in, not caring about who is hiding where.
Evie getting 2 amazing shots. She was able to stop them from going in fully right there. And they're too scared to plant right now.
They are slowly getting boxed in with 2 players coming in from both sides, kind of sandwiching them together. The only way out is through garage, but I'm not too sure if they have the time to run.
30 seconds left.
They are getting another.
Spike down, C.
Bossie's kind of in C-Link here. Needs to try and get a 1v4 to secure this round for her team. She needs to grab that spike, but it's not enough. Mally gets the kill and takes it to 3-3.
It was quite an unfortunate situation with the spike being dropped right in the middle of where Viper and Killjoy could have peeked in. There was really nothing much there to do with like 4 players still being alive and just literally sandwiching you together.
I think PawPower are a little bit confused on what to do here. They're getting a little bit stuck, but they're just going back and forth, trying to get that C control and the A control right now, and then they start to fall back to mid when one of them fails. But they've decided to not go C here because I think they realized that they might have the op back from them.
Jade spots 2 players, I'm pretty sure here. It is kind of a 50-50. They have been winning and losing, trying to push onto A side.
Mally gets 2 as the push goes into A site. Lossie gets 1, and that Mally with 3, Karina with 3 as well. It's Battle of Sovas. It's down to Jade now. 1v2. Flash doesn't quite hit. But Tabriz has the operator. She needs to be careful of that corner. Tries to fake the TP, but it's not enough. Jade can see. Tabriz is holding that angle. Ready for Tito Pair to swing off. Jade swings out, and the op misses, and Jade gets the kill there on Tabriz, and it's down to Jade versus Tito Pair. Jade hasn't got that spike control. There's no way of getting it, really. She has to wrap around as Tito Pair is in heaven, waiting, holding the sight line, not realizing where Jade is going. She's going to wrap behind, and it's
30
a
seconds
really
left.
intense moment for both teams.
I would like to point out as well, Jade is on 5 HP, still has 2 flashes, still has a fake, a clone. Unfortunately, the spike.
Tito Pair gets that kill on Jade, unfortunately just holding the right line, expecting her to come from CT instead.
Of course, unfortunately, as I was going to say, the Viper does have the spike on them. It is quite a difficult round, you know, with the timer just ticking. Not having enough time to be able to run and potentially get it.
I think the spike got so far into sight, but they weren't able to keep that control that they needed to be able to plant. And it ended up being a 4 for PawPower that round.
They are trying to play default again with the teams separated. Just trying to see who is going to push out first.
They've decided to use the Cypher Cam on C this time instead of having a person sitting there, and I think they know that they've started to lose those 1v1s, which is putting them in dangerous positions. So using that Cypher Cam to get that information instead, see where the operator is, which they've now seen Yoru holding that sight line. They don't want to peek, and they know that going towards A is going to be a better plan for them.
Of course, and I would just like to mention that Sova ult there as well. Just even if they didn't get anyone, they did get a piece of information of where the enemy aren't currently, which is always great. I think 3 players, 4, maybe all 5 are actually going to go into mid here, trying to push onto B. It hasn't yet worked out really well for them.
I think it does currently say that there is a timeout, but there isn't actively a timeout right now, so apologies for that little mix-up. Tabriz trying to hold sight with the operator still.
The rest of the team is just instantly rotating with Omen using their ultimate. Getting picked up by Blossy. Quite a beautiful kill.
Comes in with the blind, pushes them back. They get Waylay ulted. There's 3 of them stuck in spawn. They push up. Can they get these kills? And it's not enough. Tabriz holding with the op. Kalia getting that trade though. And Mally getting one on Kalia. Dia getting a kill here. Backside. And Purity whiffs. And Dia and Tito Pair take out the rest of the team, which allows them to get that defuse on site. And the round goes to randoms.
I'm really liking the strategy reads here, with both players just kind of relying on that high-low to, knowing that the other team is going to definitely push them, just playing so aggressively. But the timeout has started.
Yeah, the timeout coming through here for PawPower. They're getting a little bit scared. They've now lost 3 rounds in a row. They want to bring that momentum back. They're getting a little bit worried about what randoms are pulling off. they're not able to get the site control they need. Even if they get in, they aren't able to hold it down. They aren't able to stop that retake from happening, and it's just not working out quite how they would have expected.
Of course, and there you can definitely, as I said before, you can definitely tell that both teams are feeling quite confident, especially with their utility usage, their aims. I mean, I will just keep pointing out Tabris, Jade, and Karina, because Karina did get quite a beautiful 3K. Although the team does have 1 sheriff currently and 4 phantoms.
Yeah, the buy is a little bit low here for PawPower. They can buy guns, but most of them will have light shields. I think they're going for a light shield round. They're going to force this. But with Purity coming in with the judge, as we saw previously on both Waylay and Raze in previous games. So we saw that Purity was really outperforming yesterday, honestly. She got over 30 kills. I think it was 31 in the end, which was absolutely fantastic. And if she can replicate that, I think that could be a solid first map win for them.
I do think that the force here is quite good. Although I don't know how well it can react to Tabris's heavy shield and operator. It's quite dangerous.
Purity coming in with that dash and getting the first judge kill, which is absolutely amazing. What a great insert there, allowing her team to get into site. They're getting that spike down in the corner. They're planting backside here instead of default.
We are seeing the fight of the Euros here. Jade getting the kill on Tabris. Quite beautiful aim, dare I say.
Now
2
having
players
the
left.
op on flank, which is such an interesting move, and it obviously just didn't quite work out for Tabris there, as Jade expected someone to come behind.
Poison's off.
I think
Sorry, go for it.
I was going to say, I think the best strategy here could have been to try to save the operator, although they are too far away, and of course the bomb is ticking. It would have been quite dangerous, actually, knowing that they're just going to run the exact way.
Now, it is a 2v4 for this round, which is why randoms have decided to save her. They know that there's not much of a chance that they stand of getting that round back. They had the operator to face, which they thought was too dangerous. They just wanted to save their guns.
Of course, and with that save, they can again buy the operator. Don't you just love seeing the operator on this map? Giving you so much.
It's so much fun.
Yeah, especially if Yuri wants to play on C long. I mean, those picks they can get with both the outlaw and the operator is just wonderful.
Now, we've seen more of an A stack here again, 3 on A, but then PawPower leaning more towards A on the attack, leaving Jade in mid with the op, see if she can get a kill by herself. They start to pull back from A as they're seeing a bit more control being taken. Tabris with the op holding that line down there in A lobby. They need to watch out and make sure they don't peek.
The wall goes up, but Molly still walks into Jade's crosshair. Although
they've been
fall
spotted.
Back.
Yeah, they've been spotted and they want to pull back. But Tabris gets Jade down, so that's op v op. And unfortunately, Tabris comes out on top for this round for the operator. Now, Kalia needs to watch out. She doesn't know that Tito Pair is holding that corner there. Tito has no idea that 4 of them are slowly pushing up C long. We get the jump peek from Dia, seeing all 4. Tito Pair is ready, but not enough because Kalia turns around, gets 2 as they push into sight here. Purity's holding that CT line, sees the Cypher ult get used and knows the information, gets the information for the other players in their position, seeing that Omen is in CT. With Yoru now pushing up to C-Link as well from B, ready to retake together.
Yeah, I was just about to mention the Viper wall as well, you know, having one player pushing out and just being able to immediately activate it and just getting that kill. It could have had the team fall back, but of course Kalia did come in with their aim, getting 2.
Now they realise they're not going to be able to retake the site, essentially. I mean, it's a 4v2. They're just going to have to save again. And this is another little round win here for PawPower. They got into site there towards the end of the round, but it worked out playing a little bit slowly initially.
Good work, friends.
I think there might potentially be a tech pause, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're going to have a pause here, unfortunately. But 5-5 is quite close already. I'm quite surprised, to be honest. I thought that there may be one team that's kind of dominating a little bit more this early on. But obviously, like I said earlier, you just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, Haven was a really good map for both teams. They both have their strategies ready. They both have really good aim, and obviously we're seeing the op v op a lot already, which is really exciting to watch. But it's made the score so close.
Of course, and I mean from previous matches as well, we have seen kind of one team in the beginning of the game taking majority of the scores, and then the other team, trying to slowly pick up. But we are seeing how just even like the skill for both teams is here.
Now, we're seeing PawPower get a bit more control onto site, but they're playing slow initially. They realize if they go too fast, they're not able to get that control that they want, because randoms are starting to push up a little bit and are holding certain sight lines. Like if they push down C long, they're able to hold a tight angle with the op, or A long as well, just holding lobby there from Tabris. I think it's really key that they don't have anyone run into their crosshair, because the second that PawPower get that first fall on their team, they know that there's not a lot they can do from there, and they can't get the side control that they really want.
Of course, and we're just seeing majority of the rounds just being played out in a way of, taking up the first couple of seconds of the round, just trying to gather as much information as you can before, trying to take that first step, because you never know what they would kind of wait for on the fence. And then as soon as they do get as soon as they manage to get sight, it is just quite a quick kind of round after that, because they either get picked off or they get the spike. And if the spike is planted, it is most likely going to detonate because of that short amount of time.
Absolutely. Now, hopefully the pause doesn't go on too long. We won't keep you guys waiting for too long, don't you worry. But I want to keep talking about what we're going to see the next games as well, because obviously we're seeing this map so close. And the next map is Abyss. So I really want to see how the plays from this map go into the next one, because Abyss is such a mid-heavy map, I believe. And I think that the way that they play Haven will also say a lot about how they play Abyss. So what do you think that we're going to see going from Haven to Abyss?
I mean, it's kind of what I want to say. It's kind of, I don't think Abyss is kind of, I guess, I don't want to say relevant, but you did mention wanting to see Jet being played as a duelist from one of the teams. And recently we have just been seeing, of course, the guaranteed Yoru, the Waylay on a couple of games, and ISO. So I do maybe want to see that if they are going on Abyss. Of course, again, it would kind of be Yoru's playground, but it would be exciting to see, maybe some of the different duelists being used.
Honestly, I'll be so shocked if Jay doesn't go on Yoru on Abyss again, because I think we've seen her play Yoru so much now. When we interviewed her yesterday, she seemed like she really loves playing Yoru, and she has so much fun, especially with the operator. So I think that Abyss would be such a missed opportunity if she didn't carry on that.
Of course, and I mean, this tournament kind of is, I think what both teams would want the most out of it is just to have fun competing. As I said in the beginning, I don't think, obviously a win would be very nice, but I think it is just more important for them to kind of have this opportunity to play against some experienced teams.
Now, the pause is now over, so we're heading back into the game. We have 10 seconds until the round starts, and it's 5-5 right now, so honestly, anything could happen from here. We're seeing a bit of a stronger buy on the PawPower side, because they all have Phantoms and Vandals, but we are still seeing the op here from Randoms, despite the 2 Guardians on their team as well.
Of course, and we cannot underestimate the Guardians here either. Although they do have light shields, it is quite dangerous, but I do think they're definitely relying more on their own ability to aim here, especially with the Guardian, because those one taps that we've seen earlier is just, they were wonderful.
But the Killjoy ult going through here for the retake. They deliberately left C. They could see the site push coming in fast. They wanted to back off, play that retake with the Killjoy ult. They come flowing in through CT. Purity gets insta-tapped there by Dia. Flossie's coming around CT and gets picked off by Mali. They're all playing from long, but they're being picked off one by one. It's now a 3v3 though. Jade coming in through Garage, kills the Sova while blinded essentially, but they get that defuse off in the smoke and they had no idea, which means that the round win goes to randoms and they keep that operator just about, even though they could see Jade in that sight line.
I mean, considering the kills that we've just seen with the Guardian again, it is just so... I can say this confidently, Jade, of course, is the best with the operator. Purity we have seen play Judge quite a few times and just completely dominate with it. And I think for randoms, it might be the Guardian.
Now, obviously, Tabris gets to keep the operator here. I think her keeping that is very essential to her team. Holding those sites down, just getting one pick and getting out is so important. But Jade uses her Yoru ult, in sight here and sees them in CT. They're now stuck in that smoke as PawPower have that site down. They're getting the plant down as quick as possible. They're a little bit worried of them flowing through straight away as soon as Spike is on the floor.
They are just pushing up Garage right here. Possibly knowing that there is one person hiding there.
Tabris unfortunately whiffs there. Purity gets that kill, and it's just back and forth kills right now as they try and retake the site. And Killjoy Molly comes through, and Tito pair kills 2 in Garage. I mean, that Killjoy Molly coming through to hold them back was just enough to get them a little bit vulnerable for Tito to come in and get those last 2 kills, making the score 7-5.
And of course, it is sides being switched right here. Jade is already feeling confident with the Sheriff as well as Purity. I think we might be seeing quite a confident play here, especially on defense.
I feel like PawPower are expecting randoms to go mid in this situation, because I think on Haven, it's quite strong to go mid first round and try and get that plant down as quickly as possible on B. But they already have 3 on B site, Omen, Yoru, and Waylay ready to hold that down. But they've left Garage vulnerable. I think Kaylee is going to use the cam instantly down C long, get some information, and probably back off into Garage if she doesn't see too much. Or even if she sees the whole team, it just depends on where they go after this kind of default.
Of course, and we're also seeing Viper putting down her wall to kind of block off both Short and Link to be.
Purity picks off Tabris here.
With the Sheriff.
Yeah.
Quite a good buy.
Sovadark coming into Garage, getting information on no one, unfortunately, because they're playing more around C-Link because they got smoked off in Garage window.
They did try to get the Cypher cam. Unfortunately, Cypher did not put the cam there. But they are just slowly falling behind. They got 1 pick.
They've grouped up a little bit more now on the defense on C. I think PawPower are expecting randoms to group up a little bit more and try and go to a site. But they've left Viper on the insert towards A. She can't quite get that insert into lobby. She's playing for sound. They decided to go back to B and play more around mid again. They keep going back and forth right now.
30 seconds left.
I mean, of course, Yoru, their duelist, has already been picked off, so they don't really have the duelist to be able to just choose a different site to push onto. They do know that B is the safest one here, considering, of course, assuming where the other team is. They did get the spike planted, and they did just fall completely back.
They gave them B for free, practically, and they have that spike down now. They're playing around mid. They're being crunched from different spots from behind. Jade coming through C-Link here. They're all playing around mid, ready to play close plant around that spike. Dia getting a kill through the wall, getting 3k here. Blossie trying to get the defuse, but she's in trouble with the right click. It wasn't enough, and Mali picks her off, taking the score to 8-5 to randoms.
Yeah, I mean, what we've just seen there was quite a perfect team play. Just leaving the spike, knowing that the enemy team is going to try to push on and just taking that fight as a team.
I think maybe PawPower were overthinking what randoms were going to do there. They started switching around sites. They had that B control left to go towards C, and just they didn't even leave one person on B or even a cipher trip. They left it completely free, allowing randoms to get into site, get that bomb down, and they were able to play around mid for that post plant.
Yeah, and there is quite a random buy going on here from randoms with a Guardian, a Sheriff, a Vandal, an Outlaw, and a Bulldog. That is quite the buy.
Yeah, I think it's their buy round, so they've forced a little bit, but keeping Dia on the Sheriff. But honestly, her shots have been absolutely disgusting. They've been so good. So I think she's pretty confident with the Sheriff right now, which is why she's stuck with that.
Oh, if Tito just kept that angle, they would have spotted Jade there with the Outlaw. Although Jade is pushing up slowly as Tito just walks away. I'm scared.
I think they're going for a similar site take. Tito pair getting that kill with the Outlaw so close as well. They're not expecting three of them to be A-Link, and the slow comes through, getting one, but getting that trade. Karina with the 3k, and it's now up to Tito with the Outlaw. She's lurking through A short. They know where she last was in window. They're worried that she's going to come behind, I think. They're playing around B. They haven't got the spike down yet. Spike is on site. They're going to hold that away from Tito. She gets one. Can she get a second on Karina? She shoots through, gets Karina a little bit low. Sovadark coming through. She's going to come with the right click. Is it going to be enough?
10 seconds left.
Karina getting some nasty shots there, stopping the spike from being planted.
Oh my god. Can I also just point out that they just got a 3k with the Classic before picking up the Guardian? I mean, what we're seeing today is just pure cinema, if I may say so myself.
Absolutely. The shots that we've seen already, and it's not even, towards the end of the first game, is absolutely incredible. But we're seeing a bit of attack pause here, again, unfortunately. But the host is going to come back for a little bit while we chat about what we've seen so far.
Hello.
Hello, host.
How are you guys? This has been incredible.
Yeah.
It really has.
What do you think so far?
I think both of the Yoru players are really standing out to me, getting like incredible first bloods. It's just, I think the differential is whoever's dying first for each round, but I didn't expect it to be this close, 8-6, because especially when I first saw the pistol, I was quite blown away with the gun skill and power. But wow, it's so close. I keep hoping that we can go the mileage close to the fifth game, but it's only the first, so we don't know which team are really going to take this home. But 8-6, what are your guys' thoughts on the game so far?
Honestly, the aim that we've seen already is absolutely incredible. The kill that Tito got there with the Outlaw on Yoru in window, that was so good, so exciting to watch. And then she came in with that Sheriff still, came from behind, got the kill on site, but unfortunately wasn't enough to get that full site control and get the bomb down. But yeah, the aim has just been absolutely incredible to watch.
Yeah, and I don't want to say I've said it, but I did mention that I thought that the first map at least, maybe the whole game, was going to be quite close, considering both of these teams are very experienced. They do have, of course, that team experience of playing together previously before this tournament. So I do think that skill-wise, although PawPower has lost to randoms before, the one map in Swiss stage, I do think that with how well PawPower has been playing the entire tournament, it is quite close.
I think looking at the compositions, they look sort of similar without the same sort of sentinel. Going in from the first rounds, it was super aggressive from randoms. PawPower have gone to wit's end, really trying to bring this back. I think when it comes to the compositions, not having a double duelist isn't as scary as I thought it'd be. they're playing it incredibly well with the double controller. I mean, Sovas have been battling out consistently. I think the top tier player for me right now is probably Malibu, I think.
I think Karina's been having some really nice shots. Like you said, both servers have been doing really well. So I think, yeah, Karina, currently she's on 13-7. So she's been holding sight down so well, especially holding that spike when they've gotten that control from the attackers. She's been doing absolutely fantastic. And even Tabris with the op as well against Jade. It's sort of been a 1v1 between the Yorus with the operators, but Tabris coming out on top so far.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to, of course, praise both Tabriz, Karina, and Jade for their aims. I mean, they have been performing incredibly well, but I do just want to mention, of course, having only one Viper on this map so far, Viper's utility, her walls have just been giving them so much advantage. And I mean, it is being shown that the attack walls that they're putting down, even on defense, I think it might have been what just boosted them this far, so to be honest.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think them only having a couple rounds starting into attack from randoms and sort of showing off what they can really do with this Viper wall. I mean, it will be placed towards around A short most of the time, but I'd like to see it change and maybe somewhere else around C. I don't think there's any point of really putting it towards B, but I think that with the utility that Viper brings, it's going to be really difficult for PawPowers to defend against it. So I think it's going to start speeding up on the side of randoms.
I'm really excited to see the way that they play from now on, because this might be a chance for some of them to get a little mental reset, and it might go back to the back and forth. Now, we've seen kind of 2 more rounds taken at the moment from PawPower. They've been taken away from them, sorry, as randoms are more in the lead at the moment, score being 8-6. I mean, things could turn around from here. You really just don't know what's going to happen. I have the little gingerbread man here. But the pause is now done.
Well, I think that's enough from me, so I shall leave you two to it. Thank you for having me on.
Of course. Thank you.
We'll see you a bit later.
I was going to mention, I love it when the players are just being silly, they are having fun playing, even if they're losing. It's great. I love to see it.
Now, on the attack here, we've got a bit of a group more around mid. They're playing a little bit slow, not going for any initial take anywhere. And we're seeing a 3-stack towards B from PawPower. They want to hold B down because they keep losing it. They've lost it twice in a row. Purity getting a kill through the wall on Tito pair. Unfortunately, gives them a bit of a disadvantage. Now a person down as they go for a slow A push. The drone coming through short, not quite getting any information yet. They don't know that Dia's sitting in that corner, but Jade was so ready anyway, it didn't matter.
Yeah, they were kind of at a disadvantage in the first place with the guns that they had. Of course, PawPower here having phantoms and full shields. Karina getting 1.
Her aim is absolutely incredible. She gets a 2nd. Can she get a 3rd? Evie is ready! Evie wasn't ready for... It is Evie, sorry. Evie wasn't ready for Karina to be behind her, and Karina gets that 3K and stops them from getting spiked down on site. Absolutely incredible shots there from Karina.
And of course, they're bringing the score back to even. Do you think that we might be seeing an overtime? I know I said this last time, and it didn't happen because, the scores were close, but I think we are kind of closer to an overtime right now than any previous games.
Absolutely. I mean, the score's kind of going back and forth, but it's not even been kind of one to defense, one to attack, one to defense, one to attack. It's not been that kind of back and forth, but more they take a few rounds at a time and then they pass it back over, which has been really almost more exciting because their buys aren't too mixed up. I mean, they're having guns for a good few rounds in a row, and we're seeing the kills go back and forth currently, though, as PawPower unfortunately lose the site here. Randoms pushing and getting that spike down.
They are just droning in, trying to get any piece of information that they can.
Bossy picking off one. Mali getting that trade, though. The Omen ult coming through, getting that information. They know that Karina's coming through towards backside. Mali is holding both different angles. She's a bit scared. Karina gets one. She knows that Evie is probably towards long somewhere. She's ready for that kill. And she gets it on Evie. And she's able to defuse in time. She has her ult now as well.
I mean, you can say it's the skin, you can say it's the Vandal, but I definitely know that if Karina has exactly that Vandal and exactly that skin, the round is won. The headshots that we've just been seeing and just the aim, the fight kind of flicks onto players as well.
Honestly, Karina is on her A game today, and she's brought it back for her team to now a score of 8-8. Again, it's getting closer and closer, but it just depends on what will happen from here.
I mean, they have just won 3 rounds in a row, leaving randoms kind of in a tight situation in terms of money.
Now, if we look at the buy here from PawPower, they have got an Odin. Purity on the Odin now. Coming towards C as they're seeing a bit of a faster push. Rose kind of in sight, pulling back out, TP's out to safety. They've lost C. They're a person down as well, but they are on a save on random side. And they have Dia with the Guardian. She's been getting some nice one-taps with the Sheriff, so she'll probably do the same with the Guardian as well. But I think the rest of her team need to play around her to be able to trade and get that gun back.
Yeah, and I mean, Purity does have an Odin, and they are just going to be playing against Sheriffs and 1 Guardian. I think this round might be looking, I don't want to say it, but potentially lost.
Jade holding that angle, gets Tabris there. Kalia gets pushed by 3 in Garage, and Evie getting that one tap with the Sheriff. The Sova coming through, blocking that push onto C there. And Purity getting Evie there with that Odin. They have spike control. Dia is stuck in Garage there with Mali, and getting Jade picked off there. Absolutely incredible. It's up to Mali and Garage by herself. She needs to get that spike, but she has the operator now. She heard the Omen TP out. They know that they're probably very split up. Pushes out and dies to Purity. Getting a 3k there with the Odin.
Of course. I mean, what can you really do? You don't really have sight. And also, the person who is on site has an Odin. I mean, they can just literally spam any entrances that they predict you can be coming from. And there is another timeout because we have been seeing, well, so far, a 4-round win on behalf of PawPower. It is definitely snowballing.
Yeah, I honestly think that half has sort of switched up the mindset from PawPower. They've managed to get 4 rounds in a row. And I think that randoms are getting a little bit worried now, seeing that Odin come through. And obviously, Purity has already gotten a 3k with it. So they're starting to think, uh-oh, we have to back off. Make sure we don't run into that Odin. Especially if they go through Garage, it could be a really sore sight.
Yeah, also, I just want to mention, I don't think any of Random's games has been this close so far. So I do think that they are recognizing that they do have a potential to lose the first map here. And I mean, that would be their very first loss of this tournament.
It would be a real shame for them to start losing now, especially as it's the grand finals, which is a best of 5, and they want to keep it up. They don't want to kind of drag it out too long because 5 games can be really tough for both sides, honestly. And they want to get that win as quick as possible, especially for their mentor. So I think that they're getting a bit scared. They needed that kind of pause, that time out there to get that mental reset, talk about how to play around that Odin. They know that probably C and Garage is not too great of a no-go, so they're going to focus more on playing slower and getting A control.
Talk about playing slower, we are just seeing Viper completely pushing up short here, trying to get as much information as they can, while the rest of the team is just waiting for someone to peek their heads out.
They've inserted Viper into short here. Tito Pair is holding that angle and playing for a bit of sound, I think. She wants to relay information if she can hear a rotate happening towards A lobby so that the rest of her team can head towards B or even C here as they seem to be going through Garage. They need to watch out for that waylay with the Odin spraying through the wall. No one seems to be getting hit right now, but Yoru's still going through Garage, wants to creep up behind. I think Tabris wants to shut that Odin down.
Yeah, and I mean, the Viper there was such a good strategy because, you know, Viper not being noticed in short does allow her to kind of get the information that they need in terms of what side they can go to, you know, being able to hear the footsteps. Although, Of
Jade
course,
did whiff her
was ready.
first shot, but she manages to make up for it on Tito there.
30 seconds left.
I think Tito had really unfortunate timing. She broke that Cypher trip, which gave away her position, because I think if Jade just moved an inch closer, she could have probably died. But it's now a 2v2. So the spike is being planted backside on A, and Jade and Kaylee are coming from behind. Kaylee getting one. It's now down to Mally playing backside. She has spike down. She has her ultimate, but there's not really a way where she can play around it, as it's a 2v1. She will just get pushed.
I mean,
Jade whiffs the op, but it doesn't matter because Kaylee gets a third kill to make up for that.
and that will be their 5th row in a round being won. I mean, what can you really say there? Just the situation that they were in. I mean, they couldn't really peek one side because Jade was holding it, and on the other side, Kalia was closing in on them. Their only chance was to just fall back to hell and maybe try to see who pushes them first, but being left in a 2v1 situation does make it quite difficult.
And I won't lie, I was getting a little bit worried. We saw Jade whiff twice that round with the operator. She saw 3 coming in long, but she wasn't pushed so fast that her whiff was able to, stop them from keeping sight. She was able to keep that control, and then the Cypher trip was broken by a Viper in short, and it just made a bit more of a distraction for her, but at least she didn't die from behind.
I mean, attackers are just going at it, getting ready 3 of the players, and still having 2 of their ultimates.
Yet again, down to Jade and Kalia, both stuck towards CT. I think Jade just wants to save the op here. She's pulling back, holding that sight line, but pulling back for a bit more safety so she can run away if they decide to get aggressive, because, I mean, there's all 5 of them still alive. They might want to get aggressive here, but I think the choice that they're going for is to play off that Omen blind. As soon as they get a bit of contact pushing through CT, they want to keep their guns, as I think their money is a little bit low right now. But if they all keep their guns, then they should be fine.
Yeah, and I mean, it is quite unfortunate that having 2 of the players that in this current round would have the most useful ultimates are both dead. And unfortunately, of course, Cypher cannot use it because, I mean, they didn't happen to get anyone. I mean, Omen is low, Sofa was also low, but they did manage to just win the fight here.
Now, all of them still stay alive here on randoms, keeping their guns. They got a round for themselves, breaking that 5-round streak there for PawPower. I think they might be able to bring a few rounds back for themselves, get that momentum that they needed. They were a bit worried taking that timeout. That timeout wasn't quite enough for them, but they finally got that round to break it.
I mean, we are seeing quite a fair buy here in terms of guns, although randoms do have mostly full shields. So I'm pretty sure they kind of have the advantage for this round.
They're doing more of a fast push here into A short. They want to go for a faster take. They were playing slow. They're switching it up now, being a bit more unpredictable. Putting down the KJ ult here to get that A control.
On target.
Karina getting one on long, but she's able to get into that corner out of the Killjoy ult, but Mally knows that she's probably going to be in that corner. Karina decides to swing round, but doesn't realise that Mally's further round and unfortunately falls. Tabris gets Kalia there. Blossy getting trade back on Mally. Purity's around CT here. Now Spike is stuck towards long. They can't get Spike down just yet. They're not able to get that control. As Jade comes through with the op, whiffs again, unfortunately. Goes to Flash, and Dia's too distracted and falls to Purity in heaven. Now down to Jade with the operator in short.
If Tabris just moves a little bit over, it is quite scary. I mean, they do have the shorty. They not seen.
The Viper's pit coming through. The shorty wasn't enough to kill Tito, and she brings out her shorty instead and kills Jade with the shorty back at her.
I was just thinking if that Viper ultimate might have helped Jade potentially win the round, but oh my god.
I think there was a bit of worry coming through there because now we're seeing a timeout from PawPower. I think Jade panicked a little bit and she needs a bit of a timeout after that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they have kind of been whiffing their operator shots, which of course is perfectly normal. It is kind of stressful. I mean, look at the scoreboard. It is 10 and 10. I'm not sure if they want the game to go into overtime, but I mean, just considering their skills, it might as well.
I'd like to see Purity try and come back through here. She was playing so fantastically yesterday, and I know that she has the potential to really bring her team to victory. I mean, obviously, the score is 10-10, so it's obviously working out really well for them. But I think Purity, I'd really like her to maybe shine through a bit more in the second map. But yeah, Jade's trying her best with that op, but I think she's whiffing a little bit, and that's really bringing her down slightly. But she played fantastic yesterday. I mean, it's the same as Purity. I know that she has that potential, but Karina is really still shining through for them right now.
Yeah, and I believe in moments like these, not only during the timeout are they potentially trying to, of course, get a read of the enemy team and trying to figure out a strategy against them, but I also would maybe like to know if they are kind of hyping each other up. Of course, shots can be whiffed, but at the end of the day, if you just hear your teammates say something positive, it could just... Oh my god, Hammer's getting shot.
I think Karina losing that A main control there is really important for PawPower, because that they now know that they can come through a little bit more.
Yeah,
I try and group up.
I was just about to say how great, of course, hearing your teammates kind of praising you could be and just saying that everything is going to be okay. And I mean, I just got interrupted, which I'm very happy, of course. It was quite a clean shot with the operator. And I mean, we are seeing all 5 of the players currently running towards Seaside, and there is no one to hold down that site.
Like I said, I think PawPower want to group up here, which they kind of did more towards B and A, but they've left C vulnerable, which has allowed randoms to come through, get that site. Now Jade coming through on the flank. The alarm bot was activated. They know she's there. She needs to be really careful. She can hear the steps. They know they're ready.
And there is 3 players currently trying to peek them, and of course Evie does get the trade on them.
Tabitha's backside gets a 3k there in the end. Dia getting that final kill for them. Honestly, 11-10 now. It's just going back and forth between the teams, which is absolutely fantastic. But I think PawPower need to be mindful of what they're doing, because they sort of grouped up more there together because they were a person down, which was, I mean, a good choice. However, they did leave C vulnerable. They had no utility to hold it down. Even just a cipher trip to get a bit more early information would have been great. I mean, I think Sova has been using the shot darts to break that, but even just that little bit of information can be the key to stopping them from pushing or getting an earlier retake.
I mean, Kalia just tried putting down the cam there and got destroyed right away, so they do know that there's at least one person there. It could... I'm not sure if she's trying to predict that they are pushing, but of course they're not. I think the team does know. I mean, there's 3 players on B. I think they do very well know that they are falling back once again. Just droning in here.
Yeah, they're gathering more towards A, and they have Omen left alone on C long to play for a bit of information, play for some noise. We're seeing a double A short push here. Jade sees one, doesn't manage to get the kill on Tito, and they kill them both off, which allows them to get into A site here, as they know that they're going to be rotating. PawPower kind of having to pull together, get that retake together. I think Purity's in a bit of a sticky situation in that smoke. She has to swing out. She gets mollied off, but Tabris picking her off instead. Lossie's coming from behind, and Tabris getting another kill, and it's now just down to Kalia.
I mean, that's quite unfortunate. Of course, Cypher can't go all the way behind because there is the alarm bot from Killjoy, and they do only have a sheriff. What can I do against 5 players, though?
Dia's making a bit of a distraction there for Tito to come through with the op and get that kill. I think Dia was getting a little bit excited there. They see the score going up and up. They knew that they could keep that round, and they're excited to get this first map down. But honestly, PawPower could bring it back. They could start holding sites a little bit stronger, which I think they want to stack A again. But it's probably not the best choice, leaving Purity alone on C, though she does have an op.
Yeah, can I also just mention it is match point currently, and the team does have 3 quite insanely useful ultimates. I mean, the Yoru could just ultimate right away, run in, get the information, and of course, Omen and Sova could follow up behind them. Cypher is already quite low.
You're all coming through, stopping Purity! Absolutely incredible! Jumping out of the ult with the shorty. And I was going to point out previously that the fact that Purity had the op that round instead of Jade. I think Jade's getting a little bit in her head about using the op, and she's whiffing a bit, so they've passed it over. But it wasn't quite enough as the Sova ult came through, the Yoru ult together as well, which just blocked Purity from being able to get to safety.
Yeah, and of course now it is quite dangerous because the team did get their head onto the operator. We are
Down to Jade!
Attacker
And the
It was
first map of this best of 5 goes to randoms.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw trade after trade after trade right there. It was such a quick round towards the end. I mean, we did
Dia
kind
really popped off.
yeah, we did kind of predict the map win to go to randoms as much as the round has been close. I mean, 13 and 10. I'm pretty sure that's the closest game that potentially both of these teams have played.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, that last round, obviously they came in so fast into C. We tried to see a bit of a stack going on there from PawPower. They wanted to stack towards A, keep that site control, but it wasn't quite enough because they left C vulnerable. They left the op alone. They left Purity alone there with that operator, and she saw so many people coming in. And with that Sova ult coming through in combination with the Yoru ult, she just couldn't get herself to safety to retake successfully with her team.
I am quite excited, however, because this means that the second map is going to be Abyss that we are going to see them play on, and we have not seen any Abyss plays so far. How do you feel?
Honestly, I just want to see a chamber. I want to see a chamber here from randoms because I know that is a very frequent pick from them, especially as they definitely have the aim to come through with that. But seeing as the score was just 13 to 10, I think it's really exciting knowing that it could honestly keep getting closer and closer and could even go to overtime on Abyss because we've seen the Haven before from both teams. Still randoms coming out on top for that. But PawPower could pull through with the Abyss, not knowing how both teams play. We just have no idea what to expect.
Of course, and I do know that Randoms has a flex player. I'm not quite sure if it was a Killjoy or the Viper, but I do know that one of them really does love playing Chambers, so hopefully they might get the freedom to be able to play him on Abyss.
We'll just have to wait and see, but we're going to take a little break now before our next game, which will be on Abyss. So we'll see you just in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the grand finals of the Lioness Cup 2025. So we've just finished the first game from PawPower versus Randoms, and first map was Haven, and Randoms did take the win.
They did, and it was quite a close map there, I say. It was 13 and 10, but I mean, just everything that we saw there, from skills to gunplay to mechanics, like everything it blew my mind.
It was absolutely incredible. It's so fun to watch. And honestly, I was getting a little bit worried there because we know that Randoms have taken all of their games in the series so far, and we didn't want them to break that streak, to be honest. So they are still carrying that on, but there's still all to play for. There's still many maps to go. I mean, they could just take the next two and it'd be a clean sweep over PawPower, but with the way that PawPower started coming back, they started making some smart plays. They had some really good mechanics themselves, especially from players like Karina, who really shone through that game, and it could just change the whole trajectory of the series.
Yeah, and I mean, the second map, as I mentioned, that I'm really excited about is going to be Abyss, which I do know that Randoms have played on yesterday, and they won 13-3.
Yeah.
I mean,
what an amazing score, and if they can keep that up, it will be easy for them to take this grand final win. But as I said, still all to play for, but we're just waiting for a little bit now for the next game to start. So I kind of want to talk about what agent we're going to see on Abyss here, and what would you like to see?
I mean, I know that I mentioned with Astra being quite useful on Abyss, with her ultimate and just even the smokes. I know you mentioned that you wanted to see Chamber, and I think that we might definitely see both of those characters. Hopefully, I mean, they are kind of the best on that map. Maybe also Yoru, seeing how often Yoru has been played in these tournaments recently.
Bit of a no-brainer.
Apart from the rest, I'm not too sure.
I think, Chamber and Yoru, I think we're sure to see here. Chamber holding down mid, such a powerful tool in this map. I think especially as there's been the Vise changes, the Vise flash being nerfed, I think it really has made an impact on the game, especially for other maps like Corrode, which we may even get to see later, as it is the last map pick. If we don't get to see a Vise today, I think, Chamber is honestly the key Sentinel pick for Abyss. And Yoru, we've seen so much Yoru in this series, which I love to see the plays from it. Seeing the TPs through, getting those flanks around, especially playing with the operator on both teams. And Jade last game was getting a little bit worrisome with that op, but in the end, they did get quite a few rounds in, and it was very close for them.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you really love Breach. Tell me, how do you think that there is a potential to maybe see him on Abyss? Not too quite sure how good his utility would be on there.
I think Breach on Abyss is not a bad pick. I think definitely for executing on A, the stun and flashes are super powerful. And on post plant, using that aftershock, especially on B with that new cubby, is really a good choice to make. But I think in this kind of play, in the plays that we've seen already, I don't know if Breach is going to kind of be a bit of a viable pick. I think the Yoru coming in fast is going to be enough. And seeing Chamber hold down mid there, I think the teams have got to get a little bit scared, and seeing a Breach, I don't think we are likely to really witness that.
Yeah, and I mean, so far with the agent pick, we are seeing randoms potentially, if they look in the Omen, choose, I think, the same team composition that they played last time when they played on Abyss. As for PawPower, we are seeing potentially the double controller again.
They do like playing double controller. They're not really a double duelist kind of team. They leave Jade to it, really. But again, we are seeing that Yuri face off, and Tito going on Chamber there. I'm guessing Tito is the flex player, as she was on Viper last map. But going on Chamber now, I'm super excited to see how she plays, because some of her mechanics were absolutely incredible. Getting those trades for her team, or even her team setting her up to get those kills, like we saw in that last round with Dio kind of coming through, jumping around, and honestly baiting a little bit for her team. But it's really nice to see that kind of team play where they're having a bit of fun with it at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, there's so far double controller and double duelist coming from PawPower. Do you think that maybe the double duelist could potentially even out Random's kind of choice on Chamber and Yoru?
Honestly, I have no idea. With the way that last game has played, it got so close in the end, and obviously we know that Randoms took that win, but the score was 13-10, so you just don't know what to expect. And with this map being one that maybe they haven't seen each other play yet, like they could have done some VOD reviews on how PawPower played on Haven, which is why Randoms took that win in the end. They might have thought about the way and predicted the way that they were going to play those rounds. But on Abyss, it might not be so possible to get that early information and study each other's playstyles.
Yeah, and I mean, hopefully, PawPower did do their little research on randoms, because as I did say, they did win last map on Abyss yesterday with 13-3. So
Just coming in through with the flank already, getting one, getting two. What an absolutely amazing push through mid. See, they've already lost that mid control, which was absolutely key. But Tito's sitting with a shorty, and Purity doesn't expect a Yuri TPing out. Tito getting another with that headhunter. She doesn't get a third, but then Tabris getting that final kill in that round on Kalia. The first round win goes to Randoms.
I mean, that spot there on backside just is so ready to be playing with a judge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
the TP out.
Yeah, and I do think that we're going to see quite a lot of that happening. I do know that maybe once sides have been switched, Purity could potentially play there, of course, as I said, with the shotgun, knowing that how much they love to play with like that.
And with the way that Tito sat back sight, got the kill on the shorty, TP'd out, pulled out the headhunter, got 2 more kills, was absolutely amazing. But the mid control that they got at the start of the round, honestly, they had 3 pushing up, and it allowed Dia to push into that cubby, get on that flank into the window, and get 2 with the Sheriff. And it was just a great start to the game, and the plays were absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Jay just went up there so incredibly confidently. Tito getting the kill on Purity, though. There's 2 more players. They did not
back around.
Yeah, they.
Hold.
Pretty sure they only have 1 bullet left on this. Ooh.
A bit of a face-off here. 3v3 now. Mally and Kaylee are both kind of stuck. Mally wants to swing out, but she knows that she's going to get caught, especially. Oh, Kaylee now has Sheriff instead of a Classic. Classic might have even been better in that situation. But as soon as the smoke goes down, it's all to play for.
Ooh.
Jumps onto the rope. Tito getting the kill with the Outlaw. That's a second Outlaw kill in this round.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how great that would have been there on the rope, considering that they had a sheriff. There's 3 players still left alive, although they do need to take sight back. Tito getting a 3rd kill.
Flossie has the classic. She gets one. She can't get another, although it did get spiked down, so that's a little bit of money for them. Rally getting on that defuse.
I mean, I don't know how to feel. This is like just finishing the 2nd round, going 3rd round in, and Tito is already showing like so much confidence, of course, with chamber utility. This could potentially be a quick map for them again.
I think they took the outlaw back. They're probably going to pass it back to Tito. She was doing really well. Actually, no, Tabris is going to have the outlaw here. Tito has the Bucky. I bet you she's going to do something similar to the 1st round and sit backside as she sat there with the shorty. However, she doesn't want to play predictable.
Yeah, I don't know how good it is for them to try to keep on pushing mid here, considering last time they were just kind of in a sticky situation, to be honest.
Thing is, though, PawPower have the gun advantage now as randoms are on their bonus round. Everest is holding this line here with that outlaw, holding that smoke. Kalia has the spike, heading up towards Catwalk a little bit more. Dia's jiggle peeking, A main. Marina's kind of holding that line, doesn't let them get that A control. The drone coming through, spotting people in mid that they know that they're going to come flooding through, so they have to play together, especially as they don't have the gunner advantage over them.
They are kind of falling back. Oh, as I say that, Jade does get a pick there, but the rest of the team is falling back, running towards B side with Sova just running behind. I think this might be a B execute, although Chamber is just waiting on site. And Karina picks up Tabris.
They're going into B here. Tito sitting with the Bucky in Covey. Evie throwing out that smoke, falls to Jade there. Dia stuck in mid and falls to Karina. And it means that PawPower take all their guns away from this round.
Yeah, I mean, once they got sight, it was just so quick right after. It's just crazy. And of course, after winning on that, they are going to run towards B side again. I'm not too sure if randoms are going to be waiting for them, considering that there's 3 players so far. Omen, I think, looking to go more towards mid, but it is quite dangerous just having the Yori and the Astra there as is.
Tito popping her ult for this round. He has the operator ready. Holding down A, but it doesn't matter so much as PawPower go towards B this round.
I mean, I was going to say that is called danger for a reason, and is quite a dangerous spot for Yuri there, but they did get the kill. And they are just getting picks one by one. 2 players on site getting killed quickly.
Spike down B.
Jade coming around backside here. They need to try and get that spike down. She's worried about Link here. There's 2 doubled up.
I mean, what can you really say there? Astra is putting some of their stars down. Yuri does have the spike. I don't think they can fall back considering how many players there are. They just get traded one by one. It is only Yuri left standing with the spike. And I mean, Astra is just waiting for them. It is probably the smartest here to ultimate and run out. I'm not too sure if they are aware of it. They are, actually. I mean, they are just... They are running out of time.
To safety. She goes straight to A. She needs to get the spike down as quick as possible. Evie and Tito are doubled up in spawn, playing slowly, going together. They realise the spike is now down. They're speeding up, but they want to play off of each other.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they are playing for blood, considering Jade is currently the one left alive, and they are known for being the kind of very confident. Though Tito does get them.
Gets the kill.
I mean,
it was a 2v1 situation. It's a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, Jade and Purity are both kind of very confident right now on this map, although Jade is the one with the kill so far. ran over though, and Tito does have an operator. If the team does decide to go towards A or mid, I think they might be facing just insane danger. And Chamber is looking to play on A here.
It's unfortunate that Tito doesn't have her ult this round, but it doesn't matter because she's bought the operator anyway. She's ready to peek A main here with that op, and she's going to end up spotting 5 people.
The Salvador doesn't get anyone because it gets shot, but they do know that there are players potentially coming to push. I mean, Chamber is holding it. They know it's a drone.
Clone coming through, not catching her out. She realised what the clone was, and she gets that pick and TP's out to safety.
I mean, 2 players just playing that smoke. Just pushing the rest of the players behind. Tabra is getting 1. There's only 3 attackers left on site. Yeah.
5v3 now. They haven't quite got Spike down yet. Tabra's getting another from behind. She's kind of blocking that control from them. They have to be careful.
Ooh.
Getting 2 here from Purity.
Well blinded as well. Dia gets 1 and gets the second one. They weren't expecting them to be on top of the box there. 4 and 1. I mean,
they were kind of being crunched from each side. There wasn't a lot they could have done, which now means that there is a timeout coming through. And this timeout is coming through from PawPower. They're getting a little bit scared now. They've lost 2 rounds in a row. They're down 4-1. And I think they're getting a little bit worried and they want to pick themselves back up, get their mental back up, think about what they're doing, really analyze their gameplay and get themselves back on track.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite dangerous here to have randoms have that kind of momentum going on, especially considering the Chamber is playing so extremely well. And I mean, so is the rest of the team. But of course, Chamber having the utility on this map that is just, I guess, perfect on defense and arguably on attack.
I wonder what PawPower are going to do from here and whether they're going to change up their strategy. They've kind of got a bit of a mixed buy here. The Phantom and the Vandal going through already. The money is a bit all over the place, so it just depends on if they're going to do more of a hero rifle play or if they're going to force all together and go for it. But seeing a Bucky come through here from Purity, she might just dash straight into sight, get that early entry, insert Jade into backside as well, as she has the Sheriff, so she wants to play a little bit closer possibly. So they'll be able to rush right in.
Yeah, I mean, Yari and Chamber are both ready to just take on mid, while the rest of the team actually on attack is trying to push onto A side. They do have the disadvantage with the guns. I'm not sure if that matters for them though, seeing how they played previously.
We see the Waylay dash. Yeah, the dash coming through onto site with that Bucky. She needs to play a closer angle. Shock darts coming through to try and delay the plant. The Sova coming through to block Mali off in heaven. Purity pushing into heaven with that Bucky. Gets Mali off there. And then it leaves Tito pair and Heavy try and get the site retake. And this is a huge round so far for PawPower. I think that they needed that mental reset. They came up with a good strategy for this round and they managed to get themselves some guns in the end. And it's now a 4v2.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite dangerous because, of course, as I was just saying about the buy, I mean, right now they all have, well, 3 of them have Vandals. Tito is still alive, though. That's what I'm most concerned about, knowing how well they're aiming today. I mean, Evie is just playing here, waiting for potential frags, but of course the rest of the team is just running away the other way.
Yeah,
Tito,
I think Evie and Tito are just deciding to save here. They know that there's not a lot they can do. And Tito does peek that. I think she saw quite a few and re-peeked it, which I'm not 100% sure about. And she got picked off by Karina.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they saw potentially, of course, more than 1 or 2 players. I'm not too sure. But, I mean, re-picking there is kind of questionable. And now they are at a disadvantage.
Tito was going to play for the op, realised she couldn't really buy a lot, she couldn't go for shields, so she's decided to sell, and I think they're going for a hero rifle play here, as they have Heavy with the Vandal alone. Actually, they've decided to stack B and leave the Vandal alone on A, which is an interesting play as we see people flooding through mid here. 3 of them with the clone making a distraction going through. They want to go towards B. It could be some huge action over here. 4 people on B,
Last player
both
standing.
teams, but honestly, PawPower coming through there with those kills, leaving Evie alone with that Vandal.
I mean, I'm not too sure how I feel about that, considering that they had a disadvantage with the guns.
Spike planted.
I guess I can understand them trying to play together and, of course, pushing up, but considering that they're on defense, I think it might have just been better if they were just like waiting on site for them to push in. Although the spike is planted now. And it is just Evie left alive with the Vandal. They have to be considerate, you know, trying not to get in front of anyone to lose that Vandal, because if so, I mean, next round they are just going to be even more at a disadvantage. Tito does have 3k though, so they could potentially buy an operator next round, potentially bringing it back.
Evie just wants to save her gun like she did in the previous round. Obviously, she can't really face a 1v4 too well, but they have the round advantage right now anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, the team is trying to buy here. We are seeing the operator, of course, with a light shield from Tito. And depending on how they're going to play this out, if they're going to play on A, which it seems they are just going to wait around main, maybe.
Yeah, I think they want to go for a B main play here. They're having Chamber and Sova play towards A, pushing through the cubby in mid. Sorry, the vent in mid. They want to get a bit more mid control from a different angle.
Yeah, I mean, what they're doing is really perfect execution. I mean, Chamber Ball's on A side, and I mean, them deciding to take B side is just such a perfect strategy here to kind of. Oh, I'm not too sure about that.
Euroult coming through for the information. They want to combo the Sova and Euroult, and they do manage to get a pick here. Tabra's getting information, comes out of her ult, but falls to Karina. Jay's kind of holding heaven, even though that smoke's there right now. I think Mali's a little bit stuck, decides to pull out the drone to get information on site. It goes through the smoke, just about spots and pings Yoru TPing away. They now know that she back in main.
Oh, quite a nice shot there from Dia.
Tito getting a kill with the op. These two line up for Mali, and they're able to get that defuse on site in time. What amazing shots there from Mali.
Wow. I mean, what can you really say there? It was just really well executed, to be honest, from randoms.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that retake was so good, and I got a little bit worried seeing the Yoru ult. I mean, I'm tired of her ult, and unfortunately died to the people on site, but it didn't quite matter because there was someone else to follow through with that and get those kills that they needed to secure the round.
Yeah, and of course, right now there's 4 players potentially waiting to go into mid. I mean, I think they're just trying to play to confuse the enemy with one round trying to go A, then B, and now trying to play on mid again. Both Chamber is pulling it.
Tabri in main there. Unfortunately died. There's a bit of mid play going on. They've inserted Yoru and Omen up mid. Kalia's sitting in that corner. They're about to face Tabris and Mali. They use the drone and they're not ready. Kalia picks 2 of them off. That gives them that entry into A. But Tito's holding with the op. Guess what? Gets another with a headhunter. Absolutely incredible shots. She's holding the vent there. Purity gets the kill on Dia. It's now a 2v2. Tito and Evie versus Karina and Purity. Now Karina's stuck in main with that spike. She's waiting for Purity to come along so they can push site together. Tito's a little bit worried about mid. I think they both are. Tito and Evie playing together.
Hold on.
Sure the mid is clear.
Oh, I was going to say Astra does see Chamber. Oh wait, sorry, wait, they're on the same team. Of course, they are falling back. I was just so locked in. I was thinking that the Astra was on the enemy team.
The chamber trip just got activated, sorry. As they push into site, they know they're on A. Karina's trying to get the spike down. Purity wants to get that CT control. Can she kill Evie? Unfortunately, whiffs. Evie gets that kill, and it's up to Karina. She has her ult, but she can't really play in main from here. She's in a bit of a difficult position. Tito's going to make a bit of noise, jump out, and get that shot with the operator for a 3k. Get that defuse through, and get that round secured for randoms.
I mean, that operator shot, just jumpy that they just did. Wow.
Honestly, I thought she was going to jump for then Evie to come through and swing off of that. I thought it was going to be more of a distraction rather than her actually getting that shot off that.
Yeah. I mean, don't underestimate the chamber player. We do both know how confident Tito is with playing chamber. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's one of their favorite agents in the game. The same way that...
I mean... Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
I was gonna say the same way that Jade's, favorite agent is Yuri. I mean, you can definitely see these players playing their comfort picks and how well they are just executing with them.
Now we've got 5 on the attack here towards A. They have one Omen just kind of sat backside. Mali's now playing off and gets 1. Shoots the clone. Unfortunately, doesn't kill Yoru. She pulls backside as the Sova ult comes through to kind of block them off, but it doesn't quite get anyone. They push through slowly. The drone spots Dia. Kalia gets the kill, and he's playing around that smoke. They're getting they tap the bomb actually. They don't get the spike down just yet. Tabris tries to flank. It isn't enough. Evie can't kill Jade. Tito has the sheriff. Jumps down and it isn't enough. Couldn't get the headhunter kill.
This teamwork of just having each other's backs, as we saw there, I think that is what it's getting them to win the rounds. What can you do, really?
A little bit of a back and forth round. So Tabris tried to flank, and unfortunately, they just had that control nailed down, and it just blocked them from being able to retake the site well enough.
Yeah, and there is a timeout on behalf of randoms here. I think there might just be talking about strategy, seeing how currently they are kind of being held back from their full potential. I mean, Tito is playing really extremely well with the operator, but they are getting kind of picked off in the first half of the round.
The timeout coming through here for randoms is really important to look at, because they've now only lost 1 round there. They had 2 rounds in a row previously, so I wonder why the timeout was exactly gone through, because they have the score 6-4 right now. It's not like they aren't in the lead, and they've only lost that 1 round, so I don't know what they're necessarily worried about. I don't know if there's some specific strategy that they think is going to start failing, or if they predict a bit of a switch around right now for PawPower, but it seems that they obviously wanted that timeout enough to fully go through with that and discuss what they're doing.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the timeout was also because of their buy, because as we can see, it is sheriffs that defense has currently. Of course, Chamber with the ultimate.
They've gone for a faster push. We've seen Tito kind of back off here. They've gone into heaven. They're getting that spike down. 2 sat in heaven here right now. We're seeing Evie kind of come through mid.
It's quite tricky. They are in the smoke with of course, the ultimate.
Sorry, that's Blossy coming through mid with Evie in the CT here, playing with Dia. And Jade picks off Tito. Mali getting Purity right there. 3v4 now. Karina's a bit unsure of what to do. She can hear steps coming from all around. She knows they're in heaven. She knows their backside as well.
Yeah, and the spike is planted. It is just literally a ticking time bomb. And they do just clean it up.
Can't keep it.
The
spike,
literally...
honestly...
Yeah, they did just basically clean it up. And I mean, I know that, of course, defense did have the disadvantage with the buy there, which... I mean, there's nothing much that you can really do about it, even with the timeout. But I think that timeout did also kind of help PawPower here get that extra bit of confidence that they might have needed to kind of pull this back.
Track them down.
Now, it seems they're going to go back for a bit of a mid push here. They're going to leave Astra to get a bit of a lurk on B. They've done that on both sides. They're both pushing down mid, leaving the Astras towards B, seeing what control they can get, almost like leaving the Vipers towards A and C on Haven, which I find really interesting. Just leaving those smokes alone. Jade getting the no-scope kill with the op through the smoke on Tabris. Dia getting that trade there onto Jade. Astra and Sova start lurking up through B main with that spike. Omen sort of sitting around A lobby, wants to group up with Waylay, I think. They need to play in pairs in this situation, which I think randoms aren't quite doing. They're a little bit more split right now. Astra on B, Sova on A, but then leaving the two towards mid. They need to worry as B becomes more populated.
Yeah, I mean, Sova is just droning out, noticing that the Omen just threw a smoke there. But I think they know that they're not really going to execute it. It was just a fake, considering that 4 of the players are currently trying to push onto B side, with only Astra being actually on site. Although they do have their ultimates that they could clutch here with.
Now Tito does get a pick there with the op, gets a second with the operator as well. Incredible shots. Can she get a third? She does. Gets that 3k. And it's up to Blossy, but it's not enough. She does get a kill, but gets picked off by Dia. Dia and Mali managing to keep that round there.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think you just know if it's Tito and Tabris at the end of the round, or potentially Jade and Purity, is just going to be, like, honestly, just an aim off at this point. They are all playing so incredibly well. I mean, it's 7-5 as well. This game, I believe, is going to be very close, just as we saw with Haven.
I really kind of hope it does go to overtime as well, because Haven was getting so close. And like I said, both teams have played on this map. But, I mean, just don't know what's going to happen from here. But seeing as 7-5 at the half, I believe the last half, was that even before? So this time, seeing one team having another round over the other could be an interesting way to start this.
Yeah, completely. 3 of the players are trying to push down, and they are getting the picks.
Getting those headshots with the Sheriffs, a really great start, picking off 2. Now, I think Kalia, Blossy and Purity, they aren't quite sure how to hold it down now, because they know they've pulled back from mid. I think they heard some steps towards B, putting that smoke down. Blossy wants to play around that smoke, playing the Astra smoke there. Mali pushing through. She has that spike, but Kalia coming from behind, unfortunately whiffs, and she's given away her location. She has to pull back, try and come around for the rest of the team. Tito falls off the map, unfortunately, making it a 3v3 now. They lost that advantage they have. Blossy coming around, gets one. She gets another as well, blocking that spike from getting down. Evie is stuck in main. She needs to grab that spike, but Blossy and Kalia are holding it down together.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really underestimate any of the players on PawPower, considering how well all of them are playing, especially together. I mean, even separately in clutch situations, they have all been shining really well. And of course, they get the kill on Evie there, just being grouped up.
They got that round. Honestly, I'm so shocked, because obviously those 2 initial picks came from Mali and Tabris on PawPower, and it got a little bit worrisome. But I think Kalia coming behind, making a bit of a distraction, but she managed to stay alive and group back with the rest of her team back on site, and that was really huge there, because obviously she got that final kill for that round.
Yeah, and I was just going to mention, like, with those 2 kills on the beginning, I was going to say it could be the perfect execute, but of course it did not play out as such, unfortunately.
Now 5 of them heading on the attack through A main. They've kind of left Dia on site here. Sorry, Kalia on site. I'm getting the teams mixed up. Kalia's on site. She's pulling back though. She wants to get that retake with her team, as she knows they're going to come in as 5. Karina's sitting in heaven with her Waylay. Uses the shock darts on default, but they're not on default just yet, so it doesn't catch anyone out. Tabris is sitting backside with the classic, ready for the swing out of CT as they get the plant down.
I wonder how to feel. I mean, Purity does have the Marshal up in heaven, but Tito does have their skill, of course, to shoot quite accurately.
Going past Dia in the corner, they don't clear her. She gets the classic right click on 2, securing the attacker round win.
I mean, that was I don't think they should have let them go on site in the first place, considering how it got played out. But
Yeah.
what
I
can you
think,
really do there?
Purity kind of dashing through into the smoke on top of site. I think the rest of the team expected her to clear that corner, but obviously she didn't really look there because she just dashed right through. Didn't get the information that Dia was sitting down there on the map, which allowed her to get those 2 right-click kills.
Yeah, and right now, the Chamber does manage to get the Outlaw for this round, while the rest of the team... Oh,
Jade pushes up and falls to Dia there with that Spectre. So already they're at a bit of a disadvantage here, and they already were a little bit because this is the buy round for randoms. They've got 2 Vandals as well, so honestly, this round is going to be really strong for them. They don't want to over-aggress. They don't want to lose any of their guns here because that could put them at the disadvantage.
yeah, I wonder if they are going to potentially see the Sova here. They do, but the Sova gets out.
Tito got a bit of vision, but it wasn't enough for her to get that kill. They're gathering more towards B. They're hearing footsteps in main. Blossy puts those smokes down, and Purity jumps onto site to play around those smokes. But remember, they have those Vandals, leaving a Vandal on the floor there. Mali has that Vandal still. They're getting the kill on Blossy. That they're losing guns here through that smoke is a little bit dangerous.
Yeah,
Enemy remaining.
I mean, Dia gets a 3rd kill there. Can they get the 4th with the Sheriff? The Spectre is working really well for them. Karina getting 1. Almost getting a 2nd with the Classic.
Now, I think the fact that even though Tabris died on site with that Vandal, she did lose that gun, but it wasn't passed over, so it wasn't too big of a problem because the other 2 just came through spawn at the last moment. But obviously, Karina getting a couple kills there is still huge, even just with their Classic, as she ruins their economy a little bit, but now everyone can still buy.
Yeah, this round is going to be almost the most even, I believe, out of all of the previous ones that we saw. Both teams having the buyouts that they can get.
Seeing 3 go mid here, 2 go towards A. I wonder if they're going to try and go towards vent and do a bit of an A split. But they have the drone coming in through the vent. They've broken the door already. Getting some information of players in mid-bend. Can see they're trying to figure out a way to get back towards A to do that split, but they're just not able to do that quite yet.
Yeah, it is. They are just playing very carefully right now, trying to just use all the utility to kind of bait out the other player. But they are playing it quite safe, I would say. It's just slowly, very slowly
Absolutely,
pushing
yeah.
up.
Now we have 2 players on A right now on the defense. Tabris getting the kill on Karina. Huge first pick for that round. We're seeing a push from Purity here. Can she kill Tito? Tito in that corner, but brings out the headhunter, gets that headshot on Purity, shutting her down. So Tito needs to pull back now as the rest of her team heads towards B, with Evie just playing sort of on site with her. Blossy coming through that smoke, gets that kill. Jade flashes out.
Last player standing.
They get 2, but unfortunately, Tito gets the kill on Kalia, and it's just the 3 of them remaining.
Get the spike down for a bit more money. Taking the score now to 10-6. It's getting a little bit further away than the score last game, and it's getting more in the hands of randoms.
Yeah, I mean, I've been mentioning this like all game, but of course the timeout this time is from PawPower because their buy is looking a little bit weak here with only Sheriffs. And of course, the attackers here having almost fully Vandals, with Tito being the one with the Operator. I mean, it is looking quite dangerous because Tito, it has been feeling it, and you can tell that they have. I mean, with the Headhunter, with their ultimate, and with the Operator the whole game.
If we look at the buy here, I mean, the fact that randoms have 3 rounds in a row now, they've got their money right up. They're plenty off, but Tito, with that op in hands, she really can shut them down this round. I mean, if PawPower end up running right into them with that Operator, they are kind of screwed. I mean, they have 4 sheriffs and a classic right now. I'm sure that Jade is going to buy a little bit more because she still has the money, but obviously there's that timeout going through. But yeah, if they all have sheriffs, it's a little bit dangerous just running into that op because, especially with no shield, there's nothing they can really do.
Yeah, I would have predicted actually Purity playing with maybe getting a shotgun, maybe playing the sheriff, not the sheriff, sorry, the shorty, and hiding somewhere bratty, but the whole team, I mean, they all have sheriffs.
I think they're trying to fake a little bit here on A. They used the clone, made a lot of noise, faked out that Omen blind there, but I'm interested to see why Dia's just sort of singing spawn here. She's holding that line in mid for her team. I was worried she was AFK for a little bit, but yeah, she was just holding that mid line for her team. They're gathering 3 towards mid, leaving Tito again in A main to keep that control, but she did get a kill before. She's pushing up with that op. Kalia tucked in the corner. It's a bit dangerous if Tito decides to swing this, but now the rest of her team are coming by her side.
Oh no, I was going to say it's quite sad that the drone did not reach the chamber because now they have that pick. Now they have that first kill that they needed and they can just confidently push onto site. They get
Dia gets pinged, but it doesn't matter because she TPs in, gets Karina, like you said. Tabris getting a kill there on Jade. Tito whiffs the op shot. Waylay being able to TP out there. And they still have the flank covered there by Astra.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
And
Yeah,
they have that
Tabris
high-low
obviously.
there.
Yeah, Tabris getting those kills there. 3k for that round. Absolutely incredible. So it's just getting more and more looking like a map win. Again, few randoms because the way they played on Haven, I mean, it was getting a little bit scary at points against PawPower because I really thought that it could go to overtime. And I was hoping maybe it would this time, but 11 and 6, honestly, I think if randoms just keep it up, they're going to secure the win and hopefully win map 3 as well and take the grand final win.
Exactly. I was just about to point out that in the past 8 rounds, actually, all of the rounds have been won by just eliminating each other. So I don't believe that the spike has been planted in any of those rounds. So
yeah,
I do think that the confidence is very much going up. I mean, look at Tito. They have an operator. They have 9k credits.
What we just saw there from Jade was absolutely, I mean, unbelievable. She tried to use that clone around the corner, but she got picked off as she put it down, which was very unfortunate. Karina getting that kill on Mally there in main. 2v2 now. Blossy's backside. Harry's in heaven. Karina getting the kill through the smoke from the ping. Karina getting a 4th kill. Absolutely incredible shots. Getting that diffused through, which honestly, I think that was the round they really needed.
Yeah, and I mean, Karina has, I would say that she has been the MVP for this map and even previous map. I mean, we have seen the absolute great clutches that she has been just showing.
And the thing is, Tito as well, I think, has been absolutely incredible. I mean, the plays she's made with the op and her headhunter shots are absolutely amazing. I mean, I'm in awe seeing the way that she gets those headshots. I really am. But she's going 20 and 11 right now, which is still really, really good. And if she keeps on using that op to shut them down, then I really think that 11 could go straight to 13.
Seeing Tito playing the way they are, I mean, it's making me want to play Chamber now.
Yeah. I mean, her mechanics are just so good. And I really hope she keeps that up because it's making for some really, really great players.
Of course.
Purity coming through that smoke. They get the ping there on the Omen. Doesn't quite get that kill. Karina's holding that line there on Catwalk. This 3 bot mid. Have that spike control right now.
PawPower does have... Oh, I was going to say they do have 4 ultimates, although Purity did just get picked off.
Tito coming through there with the op. Getting that kill. It's absolutely essential. They're kind of grouping up. I think they... don't know where they're going right now. I think they might be heading towards B with the spike, but they've left Sova by herself to head towards A at the moment. I think Sova wants to get a bit of information, See if they can make a bit of noise on B, get them to rotate, relay those steps information to the rest of the team. But what they don't know is Jade sitting there with the op and picks off Tito, uses the ult to get out and sees 2 of the enemy pushing onto site so her team can rotate as fast as possible.
Yeah, although I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this considering that Solveig is in mid, but they don't see the Astra, and Astra does get the kill, fortunately, as they are running towards B site.
Evie is on site with Diard. They have the spike down. They're holding it down. They don't want the enemy to get the retake. What they don't know is the flank. Blossy coming behind, getting her second kill of this round. Evie's being crunched from both sides. She's worried. Can she get one? She can't get a kill as Blossy gets a third. She gets that 3k.
Honestly, the whole team has just been playing so well today. Look at that finisher as well.
PawPower are really starting to bring it back now. They have 2 rounds in a row. They blocked those 4 rounds from randoms, but 11 and 8, everything is still all to play for. Whether we will end up seeing an overtime, it's just so hard to tell because it keeps flipping all over the place.
Yeah, and I mean, Chamber does have their ultimate currently activated, waiting to just be able to push onto A, and they do also have a Bucky with them.
You want to play? Let's play.
And it's just dangerous all over.
Oh, they have 2 towards the back of A site. Yoru's sitting towards vents here. And Sova's going mid, currently with Yoru. I was going to say alone, but Yoru's now catching up a little bit. But she does have the spike in mid, which they might need to be careful of. Might be better off just dropping it on the floor as they get a bit more control and picking it back up later as they play a bit more of a default.
Yeah, they are playing quite carefully as well. 4 players actually being mid. They are running back though.
Heading towards B, but Purity and Blossy are still sitting on site waiting for their push. But every time Blossy's been on site, she's been crunched a little bit, so she might be in a difficult position.
Oh no.
But she pops her ult.
Oh no.
Well, I think that's Evie using her ult, sorry, to try and get that B control. But they use it and come back as the 2 kills come through there from Tabris.
That is quite unfortunate, not checking behind them. I was scared just watching it from their point of view, to be honest. But they
Tabris sends out the clone.
Yeah, they are just trying to get the A execute here after having those 2 kills.
They have 20 seconds. Spike carrier is killed. Spike is down. Tito getting 2 kills with their ult, and Tabris getting a third. Absolutely incredible round from Tabris and Tito working together, picking them off one by one, which now takes it to match point, which means randoms could end up taking map 2. And honestly, I think it's entirely possible. I really do.
Yeah, and just like last map, this is quite close. There's like 4 rounds difference, of course, but it's quite. I would say it's quite close considering that randoms when they last played on this map, it was 13 and 3. 13 and 8 is, I mean 12 and 8. Sorry, is looking better already.
Seeing an aggressive play here from PawPower. I mean, they're pushing up with that waylay dash and getting that instant control, but what they don't know is that randoms are around mid. They're going to take that control back from them as they come through window. Kalia tries to TP out. She's in a bit of a vulnerable position as there was one still behind, plus he's holding that angle. Jade gets that pick and top mid. That's what they need. Kalia gets another there, but there's still 3 around mid bend here. They don't know where to go right now because they've kind of lost that B control that they wanted to get. But there's still 2 holding down A site, so wherever they go, they will run in to people minimum.
Yeah, they do have to stay together here if they do want to win this last round. PawPower does have all 5 of their players still, though they are very separated, only 2 of them being on A side. They are walking very slowly, so I don't think they are aware that they're trying to push. Put the star down and smoke it.
They're sitting in that smoke, but they know they're there. They're holding that cross from heaven and from close. Blossy sprays through smoke. She jumps out. She gets pinged. Jade gets 3 kills in this round. And it's up to Tito and main, but she knows that she's going to have to save that operator. She holds that angle. Can she get a kill? Jade swings out, gets the kill. Incredible shot there.
Yeah, I was going to say that even if Chamber was about to run back, the Omen was on flank there. So either way, I mean, 12-9 now. It's getting even closer.
It's all to play for, but randoms just need one more round to secure map 2 of these grand finals. And don't forget, it is a best of 5. So even if they do take this map, it would still go to a third map. But obviously, if they win that too, then they take the trophy home. But seeing a bit of a default again here. Tito pushes out that smoke with the op and dies to Kalia, giving them instant control.
Yeah, I mean, that kill that they just got was really good, getting Tito out so early on. It does give them more of a fair advantage. Molly taking the operator.
I think there was a bit of vulnerability from Tito there. I think her pushing through the smoke was a bit of a mistake, especially with the operator, because her gun can be seen before her. So they're prepared to shoot her as soon as she swings out. So she dies and takes the fall, but it's still a 4v5, so it's still up. You know, there's still a lot of chance for her team to take this round and get that win for this map.
I was going to say, P is getting currently grouped in with the Astra and main, and Yoru and Omen just closing in. Dia getting purity.
Nice shot there from Dia.
Astra is all alone.
Again. She's going to get crunched on both sides again if she's not careful. She gets one, she gets a second, but Evie gets that trade there. Dia gets one from that corner. It's now a 2v2. She wants to TP to her teammate, get to safety so they can play off of each other. She gets pinged by that Sober Dart, but they don't know that Jay's coming on flank with the operator. Dia's sitting in that corner, covered by that smoke. Evie's sitting on site, gets shot in the legs by the op. She's really low. Evie turns around, gets the kill in heaven. Jade comes through with the shorty. It's not enough to kill Evie, and Evie secures that round, and the map 2 win goes to randoms.
13-9. These games are getting really close. The last map was just only 13-10 as well. This was really close for
bringing back the host now. What do you think of that map?
I'm lost for words, genuinely. From round after round, I mean, Tito was going clay pigeon shooting sometimes. I think it was so hard to watch both teams really battle it out. I think Jade, the shots that they were hitting with the operator was something else, and Tito was just firing back with the same weapon. I think Jade was in the kill feed every single round, nearly 1 to 2 times, really stat padding. It's just so unfortunate they couldn't find their footing and really push towards overtime. But I mean, wow, what a game.
And I mean, Tito, I think she kept getting sort of 3Ks over and over again, especially with the headhunter. Absolutely incredible shots she was getting there. And like you said, Jade popping up over and over again. I think she was getting more singular kills, but yeah, they were playing op versus op so much, and it was really, really exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, also considering that Abyss was picked by PawPower, it is quite unfortunate because obviously we kind of knew that randoms would be coming in with the chamber, and Tito did show us how good of a player she is. As you mentioned with that headhunter, she was hunting heads, quite literally.
Yep.
Does it come to the point where more experienced teams in, say, a best of 5 really start to shine? Yes, they did win the first early 2 games, but because of sort of the mental resilience that team might have, PawPower might struggle sort of trying to build themselves back up into split, and they'll be choosing defense. And in my opinion, I think attack side is just a little bit more stronger for when you're starting off in that map. But I think their approach to this game is going to be somewhat different. It's their last and final chance to really make an impact and sort of get back into the game. So it's either they completely just change their playstyle, start getting super aggressive and have fun with it, or sort of change to a more slow, methodical, counter IGLing pace.
I mean,
yeah,
you spoke about the mental resilience, right? And I think that's something that PawPower really need right now. I mean, they're down 2 maps. They're going to be terrified for what's to come. They need to win these next 2. Otherwise, it's really not going to be good for them. I mean, they lose this next map, it's all over, and Randoms do take that win, and I think there's a strong chance that is going to be what we see today.
Yeah, and we also know that PawPower has played on Split before, and they played really well, to be honest. But this time it was picked by Randoms, and I really want PawPower to potentially come back, win at least one map, just so we can see the gameplay on Pearl. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, something has to change. We know that for much. It's really difficult for us to sit here and watch them, and it's just like, oh, we can't help you, but we really want you to keep trying as hard as you possibly can. But I mean, Jade, we have to talk about like, she's playing so well. I mean, kill after kill, and just round after round slipping out of their fingers. It must be so devastating. But that's where, I mean, experience comes into fold, and mental resilience, it has to be at all-time high. It's a best of 5. I mean, they knew that going into it. You really had to get your head forward and down, sort of making sure that you're just so ready for what's about to come.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she played fantastically. And when we interviewed her yesterday, she said how she likes getting a shot with the op and then just instantly TPing out to safety. And it really, you can see that shining through because she does that so fantastically.
Just really well played from both teams, as I said. I mean, these scoreboards are very close. And even if whichever team manages to win, if PawPower does manage to pull back and win the next 2 maps, or Randoms does happen to win the 3rd map here, they do know at the end of the tournament, like, I guess you could say that they could be friends because their skills are so just equal. It would be difficult to not try to, befriend them and be like, hey, do you want to play together sometime? Because there is so much to learn from each other there.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, yeah, both teams have so much confidence and so much skill. It's such a shame that only one team gets to win today. But I think that's it from me, and I'll throw it to you guys for the match point. The series point. They win
Not
this.
so far the match
They
point
win it
yet.
all.
Well, I mean, we've got a little bit of a break first anyway, so I think we'll take a small break before our next game, which will be on where was it? Split was the next
Split,
map.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll see you very soon for the next map. Hello and welcome back. Now, this is potentially the whole series point. I mean, it's already been 2 map wins, 2 randoms. So if they win this next game on Split, they will take home that Lioness Cup for 2025.
Yeah, the stakes are high right now with Split being, well, you could say the decider, technically. You know, if randoms do win Split, it is just the final, it is the final map for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, PawPower really have to put in their PawPower to keep this going. I mean, they will need to win this map plus the next one to take it to the final map. Otherwise, they will just fall instantly. But the score in the first game was quite close. But then on that second map, Abyss, we saw the randoms was just coming a little bit stronger there, and they had a better score than previously, which may mean that it might keep turning out that way, and it might get less and less and less, and it might end up being something like a 13-3 or a 13-4. We just don't know what's going to happen on this game of Split.
Yeah, and I do also want to point out that all of the previous games from the quarterfinals to the semifinals, that all of the games have been just a 2-0 kind of scoreboard. And I'm hoping that at least in the finals we could potentially see maybe the scores change up a little bit instead of having a 3-0.
I think seeing a more back and forth would be really exciting for sure. But also it really shows who is the better team if they do end up just dominating and getting all 3 maps in one. But we'll be heading into game now. Heading into Split, we want to see what agents they're going to go for. Now, PawPower are starting this game on defense with randoms on attack. So let's have a look at some of the agents that we're seeing here.
I'm surprised to see Tito locking in a Viper. I mean, we have seen them play Viper before. Dia is hovering over the chamber, so we are going to see another chamber gameplay. Tabris, of course, on the Yoru. And
Now,
Mali
the
with
thing
the
is,
fade.
sorry. The thing is, with the last game, I think the way that Tito was playing on chamber was so good, but they don't want to get in over their heads. They don't want to get too much of an ego that they make silly mistakes and end up losing this game, because still PawPower might come through and they might have a mental reset and push to get these wins that they need to secure that final win.
And we are also seeing Jade hovering over Jet with the sub Lil Bob hovering over the Yoru. And we have 3 agents locked in already, 4 of them. We are just waiting for Karina to lock in the fade and then the other 2 on randoms.
Yeah, I mean, we have the sub in now, which will be interesting to see how she plays around the rest of her team, because we haven't gotten to see her play yet in these kind of final games. But seeing Jade on the Jet now instead of Yoru, we've only ever seen her play Yoru in these games. So watching her play Jet will be really interesting, especially on Split. We still have a Yoru, but Little Bob will be playing Yoru in combination with the Jet for the double duelist.
Yeah, and you could also say that technically if Jade's, of course, they're really great on the Operator and the Outlaw, basically every single sniper that there is. You know, Jet is kind of the perfect agent of the Yoru to be able to just like dash out of dangerous situations and just have your smoke ready for it.
Absolutely. Now, on the attack, we're going to see a Viper wall coming down on B straight away, ready for a B push. And I wonder if they're going to fully stack that, or if they're going to leave Tito to kind of insert herself on A to get that information, like we saw before on Split yesterday. Having that Viper sitting main, keeping that control. They pinned the chamber trip there as well. I think Tito might just want to play off of that trip.
So far, we are looking really good with both the Viper walls, of course, on defense, having it block off kind of a main there.
Now the Viper wall goes up straight away. I don't know why she did that so quickly, but I think it was to block that instant peek. But the Astra smoke is there too. Oh, Blossy getting the headshot through the smoke. What an incredible first pick for this game. Through a smoke. Absolutely amazing. The Prowler coming through mid. Jade getting a pick off of that, dashing straight out. Now they're rotating towards A. As, I mean, Tito tries to insert herself to sight, but it's not enough as Little Bob stops her right there in her tracks. Now Dia is stuck in mid with Evie. They can't really go anywhere right now.
Yeah, only 2 of them left. I mean, this round is looking extremely well so far for PawPower. Smoke's going down. Celia getting 1. Fortunately not getting the other.
Evie now in a 1v4 situation. She has that spike. She's in mid. And she's being pushed from behind. She doesn't quite know that Blossie's creeping up. Evie needs to pull out her gun. Blossie gets that kill to secure the first round for this map for PawPower.
Just seeing that, just don't pull your knife out. You never know. You never know if I mean, if you're the only one alive, you actually genuinely never know who is just coming up behind you.
Have to be so cautious of everywhere around you, but I mean, there wasn't a lot she could have done in that situation anyway, and she only had a ghost. It wasn't like it was a banner or anything, so it's not too big of a deal. It's only the first round of this map. I mean, honestly, it's a really good start for PawPower because, like we mentioned, they need to get this win, because if they let this map go to randoms, then they take that final win for this whole series.
Jade was trying to get a pick there with the Outlaw, unfortunately getting pushed back though.
Kaya might get stuck in the corner, but it doesn't matter because they're pulling back. They're heading into vent, heading towards A. They're going straight for it. Clone coming through to make a distraction. They know that Little Bob is sitting on ramps. She has a Bulldog. She gets the kill there on Tabris. Pulls back. Kalium coming through the smoke there. Little Bob getting a 3k. What a great start.
Ooh.
She made her debut in these finales, and honestly, it's been absolutely amazing already.
I mean, with the sub on Yoru, you can see how confident everyone is feeling already just going into this map.
I mean, we can really see why Little Bob has taken the Yoru over Jade. I mean, Jade's Yoru has been absolutely incredible so far, but I think last game was a little bit of a weakness for her. I mean, on Haven, we saw her with the op. She made a few nice plays, but it wasn't quite a standout, especially compared to Tabris on the Yoru, which she has still stuck to anyway.
Exactly. Fate is dogging out early on. I'm not sure if they...
Same lurk here on Viper on A,
Yeah.
which is a very good play to keep that control. I think they've done more of a mid focus, but a bit of a default round here.
And it's just going quite slowly with the Viper getting the Yoru TP there. They are pushing the Viper though quite quickly.
I thought they were going to go straight into vent again, but it might be too predictable. They've got some kills around there, but they've decided to pull back. It's now a 5v3, and Evie gets the kill there on Blossie, making it a 5v2. But the thing is, they're going to get flanked, and they do have that chamber trip down, which may catch them right out.
Yeah, with the strategy going mid there, you could say that they were just trying to keep us on our toes. As you said, like, I genuinely thought that they were going to push them.
Little Bob getting the kill there on Dia despite being caught by the trip. Mali getting the trade and Tabris getting the kill on Karina there. I mean, for a force round, it's kind of what you expect. They got to keep most of their guns. I mean, Dia did die, unfortunately, but they have majority Vandals now, and that means that everyone can now buy for this next round.
Yeah, and Jade, of course, being able to buy the Operator. Playing on B. Oh, they're going to play the angle to be able to get the first pick as the team is going to potentially push onto B side there.
The only thing I've noticed is Jade has no shield despite having an op. See, she tries to take the first shot, doesn't quite get anything, gets caught by the Prowler, pulls back a little bit. I think she's going to sit towards backside here. Sit backside, keep that sideline there. There's a smoke still up anyway, keeping that control. And we see Tabbits pushing it through mid a little bit.
I do like this focus on mid from defense. Although they did just get Jade out, unfortunately. And they are rotating back to go to A side.
Yeah, 3 heading through sewers. And now they're meeting up with Dia in spawn. They've left that Viper there the whole time, but she just gets picked off by Little Bob. But Little Bob doesn't know there's more there, gets picked off by Tabris again. And so it's just left with 3 to defend that site. And they have Karina sitting in heaven. She jumped down, gets caught up by the Yuri TP as she was flashed, unfortunately. Tabris with a fantastic entry for her team. Now Kalia and Blossy have to try and group up in heaven to get the retake.
I'm not sure if they quite want to do this. There is 4 players currently going on. Viper is just going mid, and of course Astra is just going to stay on B side there. The spike has been planted. There is really nothing much for them to do as the 2 of them, especially because they're so separated.
I think they want to try and save their guns here.
Yeah.
So they're just sitting, playing for exits. They don't want to play too close like in Spawn, because they know that that's probably where they're going to come from at the end.
Yeah, Blossy did manage to also get Jade's operator, so I believe that is why she is playing the furthest away, whilst Kelia here is trying to maybe get some exit frags while playing safe.
Now taking that round, it makes it 2-2. And obviously we're still so early on in that game. That op is now still prevalent on both teams. Blossy saves the op. I don't know if she's going to keep it for herself. She passes it along to Jade, of course. And Tito is back on the op on Viper this time. Opping on Viper, which I think is really interesting because she could have bought for Dia instead, who is on Chamber, but obviously they haven't decided to go for that because we know that Tito is confident using that operator.
Yeah. Of course, the run has just started. Quite slow, just trying to get information with the flash and the eye there.
Kalia does get blinded, but she does get the kill on Tabris there. Mali getting the trade onto Kalia. Kind of left Dia around B main here with Blossy just kind of sitting on site, playing close. She's not sure if there's one going to be in that smoke, but obviously they're playing more of a default. Just 2 mid, 1 B, 1 A, leaving that Viper there as per usual. Blossy getting that headshot with the Sheriff.
I really like that positioning from Blossy there, top of the box. They are running back. I do think that they are predicting a push onto A there. With the Viper.
Jade swings out with the op. It could be dangerous. She hears a lot of steps going. You know that she's there now. She has that op. Tito has the op too, though. They don't manage to kill each other just yet.
Lil Bob just used their ultimate. Pretty sure aware that all 3 of them are backside. Yeah. It is a 4v3. It is quite close so far.
Now, there's that clone going through, but it doesn't quite make a distraction. They know it is the clone. Karina killing Tito there. Mali sitting backside, holding that elbow push. And Lil Bob tries to push out, doesn't quite get that kill. But Mali then gets picked off by Karina with the Sheriff with the insane headshots.
Yeah, this team has been playing so extremely well, especially Karina, just always clutching up in these situations. I'm really excited to see how this map is going to play out because so far PawPower is looking very confident. It is kind of their map, to be honest.
And if we look at the buy that was just had for PawPower, I mean, Jade had the operator, but the rest of her team didn't really have a lot of money towards the end and didn't have great guns, but they managed to take that site back with the insane shots that Karina hit with the Sheriff, and they got themselves some guns, which was so good.
Yeah, there's 3 players potentially going towards A side again, with 2 of them pushing onto mid, sorry. Jade getting 1 of them. Not sure if they're aware about Fate there. I believe so due to the dog, but the 3 players in main just slowly trying to push their way out.
Now, Tabris dying so early on there, that's their entry gone. They don't have another duelist to work with. That's the only problem. If your duelist dies, then you're a little bit stuck for where to go. But Tito kills Little Bob there, getting a bit of a trade going on. I mean, Jade has the op in heaven. She can try and peek out of that smoke in heaven or try and go towards main like she did before, but it was a bit of a weakness, so I think she might try and go CT instead, but she needs someone else to help her play and get the retake.
Yeah, it definitely does not help that they have planted backside. Jade getting picked up by Molly, just putting pressure onto backside there.
Last
And
player
they kind of flooded
standing.
through CT to pressure Jade down there to get that op shut down. And Blossy was by herself in a 1v4 situation, but gets killed by Dia with that operator.
3 and 3. We have honestly just been seeing in the previous 2 maps just how close the scoreboard is.
Anyone feeling generous?
Now, we can see that Dia has the operator, sorry, but Tito had it in previous rounds, and it doesn't seem like she's giving it back to Tito. So I find that really interesting because I spoke earlier about the fact that Tito was on Viper on the op and didn't give it to Chamber, but I think they've decided to switch it all up and go for the Chamber operator like a typical Valorant play.
Yeah, Yuri here with the ultimate just pushing up, getting the information on everyone. I'm not sure if they spot the Astra there hiding.
Oh, Jade gets picked off by Tito in mid there, but there's still one holding Heaven. And Tabris with the Bucky killing Blossy there is absolutely huge, but then dying to Lil Bob as she swings out into Alley. Now there's 2 playing Alley here with 3 on site, and there's Viper v Viper in mid. Kaylee needs to turn around. She doesn't realise that Tito is coming up behind her. Tito knows that she's there. She is low, and can she get this kill there? Smoke comes up at the perfect time. She jumps out into hell. Now knows that Tito is there and dies to Evie anyway.
One enemy remaining.
There's nothing that they can do here, really. The 3v1.
I mean, the headshot that Karina got there on Dia was so good, but just the distance made it a little bit difficult and didn't manage to kill her. So Dia did get that final kill there.
Yeah, but to be honest, the buy is looking fairly even, apart from the shields, of course. But I would say that there's a way to pull it back, but honestly, the score is really even, so there's really nothing that we can say. Both teams are playing really well strategically, on defense and on attack. I'm really liking the Viper walls also. Though
The score right now being 3 and 4, I mean, it's a really good start. It's been quite close so far. Still similar to last game where it's kind of they take a few rounds at a time on both sides. But if we think about the fact that a lot of PawPower have come back from last year as they won in the previous year, I mean, they want to get this win again. But right now, there's a bit of a weakness to the fact that they've gone against a team of literal randoms. I mean, clues in the name. They're all just random people have kind of being put together. I think they found themselves in a looking for team channel on Discord. What a team they have brought together because they've played so fantastically. But honestly, everything could get switched around from here. PawPower might bring that PawPower through because Jade gets that kill there, gets the trade there for Blossy, gets another. And it's up to Mally sitting in main here. Jade doesn't get that kill there. Mally gets it instead. She doesn't quite know where they are. Knows one's Heaven, but she's going to get swung from backside as Little Bob takes her out.
there was a little bit of a whiff there, but of course nothing wrong because they did make up for it after. But we are just 4 and 4 now. I think out of all of the maps, I know we've been saying that, hoping for like an overtime, considering how close both teams are skill-wise. I know I said 100 times before that I want PawPower to win this map because it would be pulling them back from overall. But I mean, even an overtime would just be so great here.
You want to play?
100%.
Let's play.
I mean, we can see the Viper's being left on A as per usual, but Diaz also paired up with her as the rest of the team try and go through mid. They try and get some information with the Prowler. Doesn't quite see anyone just yet, but they don't know that Jade has the operator and is sitting and holding that. They decide to leave despite that. And Jade loses that control because she doesn't know where they've gone.
All 5 of them just waiting outside of A. Waiting for someone to make the first mistake. Yuri is putting their clone in.
Karina jumps down to go into elbow. Lil Bob dies to Dabris. And they try and go up ramp here with Jade sneaking through. She can hear the steps on ramp, but she has the op. It's bit of a difficult situation. Smoke's there. She gets one. She pulls back. Getting Mally there is a huge pick. Karina gets one on Evie. And Tito with the classic on ropes. Incredible. But still gets killed. Dia gets one with her ult on Little Bob. It's now a 3v1 for Dia. There's not much she can do. I mean, she has a
30
good gun.
seconds
She
left.
has her operator. She can hear the jump. Sees a bit of a jump spot going on. She knows one there. Doesn't quite know Kaylee's holding from Vent with that operator and falls.
Did you see that? Tito was just actually hunting for blood there, noticing Jade with the operator, just chasing her. And there is a timeout currently going on behalf of randoms. I think they are noticing a little pattern, of course. I think that is actually a really good timeout, noticing just they have 4 ultimates, actually. PawPower.
They do indeed, yeah.
And they
I
are on
mean,
defense.
the fact that they have 4 ultimates ready, it almost means that they will probably secure the next round. They can use that Astra ult to hold off sites, to slow them down a little bit, especially as Jade still has the operator. She can hold down one site with the Astra ult on the other, and it's honestly, mid could be all to play for here, because if they don't keep that mid control, they could flow right through around that Astra ult, and it doesn't quite mean that they will secure that round.
Yeah, and of course Jade with the op there as well. We're not quite sure yet, unfortunately, because of the timeout, which side that she's planning on going to, but I think, as I said, I mean, with the Fade ult, the Astra ult, Yoru could literally just run in there, try to get information about like where the team is going. I'm pretty sure they have this round in the bag, and I will knock on wood while I say that I don't want to curse this round.
If we look
But
at the
we-
ults from the other side, though, Tito
Yeah.
has her ult ready. She is ready for when they go onto site. She will pop that. If they get the spike down, then that's quite an easy site to hold down. But honestly, from looking at previous games, if we look at what's happened with the Viper before, she still died in her ult. So we don't know what's going to happen from there.
Cutting through.
Tempest is just putting their TP down mid. Team is
Build
very
up
split
sees
up right
Tito.
now.
Tito gets spotted there in a main, so I think she wants to pull back and play with the rest of her team. But Fade coming into mid with the spike to group up with the Viper. I think they want to play together there, and they have the Yoru insert towards Vent, which is a really good position to be in, especially as no one is in heaven right now, as far as I'm aware. I think Astra, oh, she is holding that angle from heaven, just a bit further back, gets caught by the Prowler, is blinded, and loses that heaven control right there.
Yeah, I mean, Astra being the only one on site.
She gets a kill there. Jade gets the op kill in main. They flow in through heaven. Killing it with a shorty kill
30 seconds
as
left.
the vulnerability is there.
2v3.
Now,
They are just-
Evie and Melly are on site. The Yoru ult spots
One enemy
them.
remaining.
Others in heaven. Karina with the headshots on the Phantoms. Incredible.
Of course, what else do you expect? This is a team full of... I'm pretty sure they were doing some sort of warm-up, even either in-game or just like on different games, but oh my god, we are seeing some really amazing aim there.
I think Karina's played absolutely incredibly today. Some of her shots has been so good, especially from the Haven game. On Sova, it was so great to watch. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, just to point out about the aim, I do have a little fun fact for you. Last game we have seen Tito go absolutely insane on the chamber, and I do just want to point out that it is because they have about 2,500 hours on Kovacs. That is...
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me. I mean, that is impressive, but it really shines through. And hopefully we'll see more from her in this game, because obviously she's playing by herself a little bit on Viper. Kalia getting one there on Evie and mid, but Tito's been playing by herself on Viper a little bit more. She's going 3-7, so she is at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but honestly, I think she's just trying to set her team up to get these kills instead of herself necessarily.
Yeah, of course. Possibly letting the play the chamber here.
Now, the
I mean-
Viper's pit does go through. It's up to Jade and Blossy to get this retake. pushing towards backside, but they're all just playing within the ult. Blossy gets one, but Mally gets the trade, and it's up to Jade now in a 1v3 situation. Playing in the smoke, and Mally gets the kill, is ready for when that smoke goes straight down.
That
Last
round was
round in
just
the
purely
half.
secured, I would say, because of the Viper ult there. And you could say that it is probably the best for Tito to be on Viper, considering that they are kind of like the flex player of the team, you know, playing
Absolutely.
Killjoy, Chamber, and Viper. And I do think that the reason why she could have given Dia the Chamber here is although because, you know, their aim is absolutely phenomenal, but it is, I mean, if they want to get the win for this game, they do kind of have to play as a team instead of like trying to play really aggressively of like who can get the kill first.
Oh, for sure.
Who's next?
Now we're seeing a bit of a split again, but heavy on the B main. Jade and Blossy getting those kills. Evie trying to get one back, but Jade then getting one with her knife. One's coming from behind and with the shorty from Tito. Tito with the shorty is kind of nasty. I mean, the Astral Wall here as well. Kalia playing around it, doesn't know that they're about to swing through. Gets one, and can she get a second? She doesn't. But honestly, Tito needs to get that spike down. Doesn't know that Little Bob's behind her. And Little Bob gets the last kill of the half.
7 and 5. It is looking really great so far. To be honest, they do have kind of more of a team comp for defense with, of course, the chamber trips, but they have been playing extremely well overall. We are seeing, I think, the same Viper walls as well being put down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I noticed that as well. And I'm going to say that Little Bob coming through with her first game in these finals because she is the sub. She's subbed in for this game, but honestly, she's playing absolutely fantastically. Going 11 and 8. She's on top of the leaderboard right now. She's leading her team to victory at the moment. I mean, having 2 maps already on like for randoms, PawPower coming through with this sub is really helping them out so far, it looks like.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact that, you know, they are just subbing in for this game, so it's that change of mental. Although I would love the original team, of course, just having that sub, as I said, it's like it can change up the whole vibe of the team.
Exactly. And I think Jade being on Jet, she seems still quite comfortable, and I think passing it over to Lil Bob is definitely helping them out quite a bit because they are in the lead right now, 7 and 5. But Evie gets one, Blossy gets the trade. 3v2 now. Tito's sitting in hell. They're trying to get spiked down. Blossy gets that plant. One coming in through heaven as well. Kalia's in main. I don't realise one's around pillar. Up to Tito. And Karina gets the kill on Tito right there.
I mean, that classic right click would have gone insane there is all I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like she could have gotten one, but still would have died to the next one. Because she would have had time to reset the gun. But it was still a really good round. I mean, there was a lot of action, a lot of kills going on. It was really, really good. And they got the spike down as well, which was good for their eco. And honestly, it's nice to see that PawPower winning more rounds. They're now 8 and 5 to PawPower, so it's really good to see them bringing it back a little bit. As you know, I mean, this half could all change everything, and it could lead them to getting their first win for these finals. And they won last. I mean, the majority of the roster at least won last year, so they really want to get a second win for themselves.
Let me just interrupt you there for a moment because we are seeing 4 players currently, 3 because they did just TP out, but we are seeing 3 players here on the fence pushing out.
Chamber TPing out and Tito falling to Jade here. They don't realize one in the corner, but they managed to kill her anyway. Dia peeks, sees one, doesn't quite get the kill there on Blossy. They start to rotate towards A, but Blossy goes back through into mid. I think she wants to keep a bit of that control there. 3 of them coming through into sewer. Mally needs to turn around. She doesn't quite know that they're right behind her. Can she go back? They saw her. But I think, did they see her? I don't know if they did.
Not entirely sure. I mean, they're not pushing, but she is turning around to go back.
I mean,
what
she would have heard the Prowler just now.
Yeah.
She must have heard a little bit of noise and realized they're going there. And relayed it to a team, but Blossy's all the way in spawn, kills Dia. Lil Bob kills Mally there. She's now up to Tabris to get one, and unfortunately doesn't get the kill.
I mean, what is that? 9 and 5.
Yeah.
It is looking extremely good for PawPower. Hopefully they can win this game, move on to the next one. So we can have like, I feel like if it's 2-2 and we are on the last map, I feel like it's just going to be even more kind of suspenseful of which team is going to win because they are
Yeah.
both playing so extremely well.
I think PawPower are really starting to pick up on things that they need to do, and it's really, I mean, they're really shining through now. They're getting more rounds. I mean, 9-5, they're starting to get closer and closer to this victory, which they really need. Otherwise, I mean, they will be out of the finals completely. Tito dies in that smoke there, unfortunately, after getting a kill. Jade wants to play around that smoke. They have left Spike on the ground here. They want to play a bit more defaulty, I think, before fully executing to a site. Rossi, I'm guessing he sees one on B there. Still have Viper coming through sewers, was playing around A a little bit. They are kind of sitting around ramp, and 4 of them gather up towards mid with that Spike now.
Yeah, can I also just mention that if randoms manage to lose this round, they are in a bit of a tricky situation because they do have guns right now, but losing this would lead them to have it to get on a save round.
Blossy and Kayla getting those picks. Kayla getting another. Honestly, I think randoms are falling a little bit to these gunfights. They're losing these kills that they should be getting, but 3 now on site. I mean, one's creeping up into heaven, try and get a bit of information. They have the spike down, they've planted for main. No one's even playing main right now. I think they've made a bit of a distraction. So they want them to think that they're sitting in main when they're actually sitting spread around site.
And of course, Dia is falling back after seeing this, well, not seeing, but hearing the spike getting planted.
Yeah, I think she just wants to save this, especially as their money is really low. She needs this gun.
I mean, the whole team needs the gun, to be honest. But as we're just waiting for the round to play out, that will be 10 and 5. That means that, you know, PawPower is 5 rounds ahead of randoms. So this game is looking extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, I bet randoms are getting a bit scared, and I can see a timeout probably happening very soon. Yeah, I called it. The timing was absolutely perfect. I mean, the timeout coming through now for randoms. They're getting scared because, I mean, PawPower have won 3 rounds in a row. They're 5 ahead of them. They're getting worried. I mean, maybe not as worried if it was the other way round, because obviously they've already got 2 maps secure in the bag. And they need to get a third to get that grand final win, but PawPower need to pull through, which they seem to be doing right now, which is scaring them off.
Yeah, I mean, what you said with that, with of course them not wanting, like not really caring if they lose a map because they already have 2. I do think that because previously all of the matches, as I said, from quarterfinals to semifinals, have been a 2-0, I do think there might be a little bit of stress, you know, not wanting to give this one map to PawPower just to kind of keep that nice win streak going on of like just clean swiping at them.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a clean sweep before and they want to keep that up. They don't want to fall to PawPower. And I mean, didn't PawPower lose to randoms previously? So
yeah,
if it flips the other way round, I think randoms would be absolutely gutted. I don't know what's going on here. Doesn't want to pass the spike along, but they seem to be gathering around on B here. But it's unfortunate because we're seeing a bit more of a defense towards mid. Randoms are playing more towards mid. I mean, Viper's now heading towards B. They're kind of sitting back site. Here's a bit of utility being used. Jade gets mollied out. The fake TP going into the corner. The clone coming through. Not fooling her, though.
Lil Bob getting 2 of them already.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
I mean, the run has just started and 4 of them already dead.
Mali's coming through heaven. She needs to try and get some kills here. Gets one. She gets that Vandal. She doesn't know where the rest of the team are. She's by herself in a 1v3. Can she clutch this? Unfortunately not, because Kalia comes round behind and gets her right out.
That is going to be the 5th round in a row that PawPower has won so far. Just a little bit of a fun fact for you.
The score 11-5. Absolutely incredible. PawPower really pulling back through, and that timeout wasn't enough for randoms because they did lose that round. But are they suddenly going to snap back in and think of what they've just spoken about, think about the strategies, take the advice on, and keep winning these gunfights more that they need to secure these rounds? I really hope that they do, because to see a clean sweep from them would be so good.
Of course, although of course randoms are kind of on a save here, unfortunately. So this round is kind of, I would say, guaranteed for PawPower.
Ooh, what a shot from Tito there, and Dia getting these kills. They're getting a few kills there, but it's now a 2v2. Dia and Mali both in heaven. They don't realise that Jade snuck her way into hell. Spike going down. They spotted Jade. She gets out with the smoke. She's going to push into CT. Not realising that Dia is ready to get that kill. She doesn't quite kill it just yet. She hears both the steps. Jade gets one. Can she get another? She gets a second kill on Mali. Absolutely incredible 3k there from Jade. What a play.
I got really scared there thinking that I jinxed around saying about the buy. But I'm 12-5 match round.
Honestly,
I'm speechless.
I was going to say that Lil Bob is really shining through right now, and the fact that they've swapped out one of their players for Little Bob, it's showing, because I mean they're about to win this game and bring it to a 2-1 so far. But also Jade absolutely outperformed in that round. I'm getting those 2 kills there. I was really surprised that Dia didn't kill her, as I mean she saw her jump, and I thought she'd be prepared, but it just wasn't enough, and Jade was so much more prepared, and she got those 2 kills.
Yeah, also talking about Lil Bob there, I think, as I said, it's definitely that fresh mentality of the team that they need, although they are getting picked off one by one here.
My last player standing. Spike down.
I mean, it's now up to Jade in a 1v3. This could be another round going to randoms here. But
just to point out, though, they do have all of their utilities still. They have a Vandal, they have a Shorty, they have their ultimate, they have everything that they need to be able to clutch this round. The only thing they're missing is the spike, though, which all 3 of the players are currently holding.
I mean, she did just pull off a bit of a masterclass there as she pushed into Ali, but honestly, I don't know if she can do the same thing, because obviously they had the spike down in last round, but now, as you mentioned, they don't have that control, so she has to try and sneak through, just jiggling small angles, double holding heaven. She sees one in vent, and she does die to Tito through the smoke.
Yeah, I did really like the smoke there to block them off, seeing, I think it was Yoru and Sura there. Yeah. 4 ultimates on both ends as well. Yeah.
I mean, they almost have 5 on randoms. They're 1 off of the Yoru ult as well. So they may even try to combo that with maybe a Viper ult. Or even using the Yoru and then using the fade ult off of that. We just don't know what's going to happen. But we're seeing 5 kind of gathered towards A here. They want to go for a 5-man push on the A site, but Dia's holding that line with her ult and gets that first kill on Kalia, blocking their push. I don't know why Kalia went first as such, but maybe it's because in previous rounds they left her there in main and they've tried to condition, so they let the Viper go first to make them think that she was alone, when actually they've now gone for a full push and they've backed off into heaven.
Yeah, Jade also has just cleared side for the team. Do they all know that there's 3 currently, about to push them 4 even, with just all their ultimates?
Oh, the fade ult does come through. Tabra's getting 2. Jade getting 1 with her ultimate. Dia holding that line, gets that mini adjustment there onto Jade. It's up to Blossy. She has to push through this wall and falls to Tito, bringing the round to 12-7. I mean, looks like randoms are pulling back through a bit more.
Yeah, you could say that it was because of the ultimates, of course. As I pointed out, there were 4 ultimates on both sides. And there is a timeout currently, starting with Random still having 3 ultimates actually, so I think this round they might also have in the bag potentially, although Kalia does have her Viper ultimate still.
Now the rounds have flipped a little bit. I mean, randoms have gotten 2 in a row, and I think PawPower are getting a bit worried again because obviously they need 1 round to go, and they might be getting over their heads and overthinking it, or even just letting go, thinking, "Oh, it's only 1 round we need," and just not really thinking enough. It's hard to tell, but I mean, they need that 1 round to get that win, and that's what they really want, which is obviously why they're taking the time out now to discuss how they are going to secure that last round for this map.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that they're probably talking about strategy here. I mean, both teams are, of course, as I've been saying, playing extremely well. I don't think that they need any more kind of hype from each other, which it always is nice, especially on randoms. But I do think, as I said, I think they might have this in the bag with their ultimates, as long as they play it out well.
Yeah, obviously they have 3 ultimates, and I mean, PawPower have 1. They have that Viper ult. They have the Viper pit ready to go to try and hold that site down, but it's hard to tell exactly if they'll be able to use that because I just don't know where it's going to go from here.
Viper already used their ultimate on randoms on to hold that mid.
Tabra's getting 1. Kalia getting that trade back. I don't think they want to push out that wall and smoke in main there. Tito trying to hold the ramp, but does die to Kalia. Maddie backing off into vent a little bit. She's ready for that fight with Kalia. Gets that pick. Karina falls to Dia with the op there. And Blossy has to come through mid. They don't quite know where she is. They haven't realised she's coming through mid, through to vent. Maddie's in a vulnerable position. The smoke comes out to block the vision. She gets that kill on Mally. Now she doesn't have that spike control, which is what she needs to get to secure that last round. But I think she's just deciding to pull back, save her gun, because she knows that this could make her more vulnerable.
Oh, she was about to get away with the smoke, and of course the chamber trip just had to get her.
30 seconds left.
I think they know she was there, but now she's messing around on the ropes. I think she knows that she has a little bit of leeway because the score is 12-7 right now. She's just having a little bit of fun there.
And I think she did also want to catch Dia off guard a little bit there with the operator.
Absolutely. I mean, Dia still has the operator though, so they do need to watch out for that. And the buy here from PawPower is very interesting because we can see Little Bob with the Bulldog, and almost the whole team have light shield. I mean, Kalia's gone heavy shield here. Blossy's even only got a sheriff. She's not even going for something like a Spectre. So I'm really intrigued to see how they play out this round, but I think they've still pretty much forced this.
Yeah. I do love to see how fun, of course, the players are having with that last round there. I'm hoping to see much more of that.
They're going for a mid push. Jade gets 1. Tito gets that trade back. And they're going to get crunched from behind if they're not careful. They need to turn around. Tabris is coming behind. Karina gets spotted. Kalia is in sewer. Doesn't have a gunner. Tabris gets 1. Gets a 2nd. Can she get a 3rd? Not really, because she goes to pull out a clone and does die. An interesting time to pull out her utility there, but Lil Bob is left by herself. She has that spike control this time. It's a 1v2. Dia is holding with the operator from Ali, and Mally's coming through spawn so slowly. Lil Bob is terrified for her life.
They are on site though, however, and they have the spike. They still have flashes. It is looking quite perfect for them as long as they can find the chamber quickly. They do TP out. Not quite sure how I feel about that, considering Fate is so close to them. And I'm pretty sure they are aware that Yori is going mid because of that TP.
Mally's still looking around like she's close. Maybe they think that it's a fake teleport.
Potentially. They are both closing in on the site though, so Lil Bob does have to go all the way around.
The diffuser's coming through. Gotten to halfway now. Do they have enough time to fully diffuse? Lil Bob swings, and they can get that diffuse off of Mally. Gets the kill on Lil Bob.
Yeah, I think they
It's
were
just a
aware
way
with
there.
how long Yuri was taking there with the rotate. I think they were pretty aware.
Yeah.
12
mean,
and
the
9,
fact
I
that
don't like this.
she was able to get the spike down, but the fact that Dia was just sitting in alley and was waiting and could hear where she was, I think the fact that she TP'd out and Mally didn't see her anywhere on site, she thought, yeah, definitely a real teleport, and they knew that they had time to defuse.
I don't like this. They only need one round to be able to win this map, and it's just not coming together for them. It's so stressful. They have lost 4 rounds in a row.
I mean, it's getting so close now, and it's getting really terrifying, honestly, because we have 4 rounds in a row, like you've just said, 4 randoms, and I mean, at the start of this half, it was 5 rounds in a row for PawPower, so it could be a little flip over with potentially 5 rounds in a row now for randoms, and then it could go back again, and it allows PawPower to take that win, but we just don't know.
They are aware that Yuri is mid. Oh, actually, Yuri has...
Jade gets in. She gets that initial pick. Tito gets 2 here, though. Block the spike from getting planted. And Jade gets the trade there on Tito. Now a 3v3 situation. There's the Yuri ult available to Tabris. Tito is holding Heaven with the operator. She doesn't quite realise that Karina is in male, but she is holding that angle. Tabris gets one, gets a second. They have that spike control. Karina's coming through from Heaven. Behind, she gets one. And there's 2 playing pillar around each other. The Fade Eye sees Tabris, but doesn't see Mally. She doesn't know where Mally is. Mally has the Fade Eye, but she doesn't want to give out her own position. But she uses it on the right side. She knows that she's pillar, and they're both just playing around it right now. She has that spike control. And she needs to swing, and Mally gets that kill and blocks the win for that map from going to PawPower.
Of course, there was nothing else to do. That the time was running out, and there's another timeout. I'm getting stressed. It has been 5 rounds. I'm speechless. I am just so, like, I just want this game to be over. I just need to know who will win, because if randoms can pull this back, this will be their final map that they need to win the Lioness Cup. I don't think we're putting enough pressure onto that fact. Like, they only need to bring it back by 2 rounds, and then it's going to go into overtime, at which point it is a 50-50 of who is going to win.
Yeah, I mean, overtime will really show who's the better team, because it's not even like they could necessarily go up, because I mean, they could go up, but they'll have to go light shields even if they do, so they might just all have to play Vandal and Phantom. We may even see the Odin coming back, but honestly, the Odin before was Purity, and Purity has been subbed out, so I don't know if we will end up seeing that.
I mean, they have, I would say they have nothing else left to lose. The Odin could guarantee the round. It could just give randoms an Odin, which would be quite dangerous actually if they do get killed. But unfortunately, we do not see an Odin here. We do see 5 light shields though with rifles. Yeah, and they are attacking.
Now we see Dia on the up yet again, and like you mentioned, the light shields coming through, which I think that's why they're playing together. They're going A together. Oh, and Jade gets the initial pick on Dia, shuts that operator down, which is actually absolutely huge. And they push into sight. Lil B's got the deep control. Blossie's coming through main. Mally doesn't realise. The timing there! They just miss each other! Absolutely amazing! And she realises and gets Mally, and she knows that Tito's holding that angle too. But they have spiked down on site with the Viper's Pit. The Euro ult coming through, TPing up backside. Tito getting the kill there on Jade. The 3v3, she swings out the Astra ult. Kaylee is sitting backside. She goes into her ult, sees Tabris, gets one, gets a second on Tito. Heavy comes in through elbow and gets the win for PawPower on that 3rd map, taking it to 2-1.
Oh my god. This is the first map that randoms have lost. Honestly, I'm just speechless. My mind just went absolutely quiet after that win. I mean, take it over. What?
It was just unbelievable. The comeback that was happening, I was getting really worried, but I was excited to see them kind of pulling back. I really wanted to see PawPower kind of getting that power through and feeling the energy that they wanted to win these maps, because obviously they were down already too and they were getting really worried. But yeah, then pulling through at the end there, getting those last couple of rounds, even after randoms were getting that comeback, it was really, really fun.
Can I also just point out, we have been dying to see a Pearl being played this whole entire tournament, and we are finally being able to see it with map 4.
Yeah, but we are going to bring back our hosts to have a little discussion about these games.
Hello.
Welcome back.
What an incredible map. I mean, the series so far has been cinema. I'm just sitting here watching on the edge of my seat. I know everyone at home is doing the exact same thing, but going from 12-5 down, being that close, I mean, so many times it was left in 2v1s and 1v1s. It was just so close. I'm so like proud of PawPower for really just rounding that last map out. That's what they needed to go into what will be Pearl.
Yeah.
But I do think they can bring it 2-2. And like my prediction said, I think it will be randoms taking the final map, Corrode, 3-2.
We'll just have to wait and find out, I guess. I mean, honestly, the up plays again that game. It's so great. And I think we were a bit worried that if it went to overtime, we weren't going to see the op play, because obviously you'd have to go no shield. But it didn't end up coming to that in the end, because PawPower did pull straight through and they did take it back for themselves.
Yeah, and I would also just like to point out that, of course, for the first 2 maps that PawPower has lost, straight after getting the substitute in, I mean, they win a map. So maybe Jade has also top fragged alongside Lil Bob and Kalia with 19 kills. So I think the whole tournament is just getting pulled back together. You could say because of the sub there, Lil Bob, with, as I said, this fresh kind of mentality of just like boosting everyone's confidence again, of like feeling like they can win this.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying before, the willpower for teams need to be extremely high right now. I'm not sure if randoms sort of went into it thinking it was going to be a little bit easier than they expected, but PawPower made that sub at the right time, and it was definitely the right decision, because wow, Little Bob performed. I mean, I think without her, it wouldn't have been a map win. You know, I think it would have been straight 3-0 to randoms. So definitely matchmaker there.
Yeah, I think then bringing in Lil Bob as the sub, I think Purity, we saw from that first game, she was falling behind a little bit. She was really struggling to perform like she did yesterday, because we saw her with 31 kills on one of the maps. She played so well. But today, I think she was just falling behind a little bit. It's fine. Everyone has those days. And I think that's why I'm guessing she probably recommended that someone take over for her, because she was struggling a little bit. But it was definitely the right call.
Yeah, I just also want to say that, of course, PawPower with this one map, there is a possibility of them bringing back this game, of course, as I said. And if so, it would be huge. I mean, I'm pretty sure 3 of the players currently in PawPower's roster have won the Lioness Cup last year, so it could literally just become another win for them. This is quite huge for both of the teams, because as I said, like, randoms have been playing so incredibly well. This is the first map that they have lost. This is just huge stakes for both of the teams.
I mean, yeah, a reverse sweep into a win would be probably the best case scenario for PawPower. That's what they need. I mean, 3 of them won last year, like you said, so they know what it takes to really win this. But damn, it's been absolutely incredible so far. The gun skill, to the mechanics, to the movement, the skills and the abilities and the ultimates just being used one after the other in fruition with the entire team, that you can definitely tell that these players are experienced and just want to improve. They want to play more officials. They want to get their name out there, and it definitely shows that they're ready to put in the time and effort.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see the next map, which is Pearl. So I'm so excited to see Pearl, because we have spoken about it a couple times now, and we are yet to actually see how the new changes are played around. So yeah, I can't wait for that. But I think we'll throw to a little break while we wait for the next game. So we'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Lioness Cup. So we've already played 3 games. The first 2 maps have gone to randoms. Sorry, forgot the name there for a second. And the third map went to PawPower. So it's currently 2-1. Now, PawPower, the comeback that they made during the last game, I mean, just the fact that they got that map was absolutely incredible, because if they lost, then obviously the grand final win would have gone to randoms, but they got that win from them and they're starting to pull it back again.
Yeah, and I do just also, I know I have said this before the break, but I do just want to keep putting pressure on the fact that, randoms, I'll start with them first. Randoms haven't lost a single map in the whole series, apart from, this was their very first. Split was their very first map that they lost so far, and they have been looking extremely clean. But this is like kind of the last decider map. If randoms win, of course, they're gonna win this whole entire tournament. But if PawPower manages to pull back the 4th map, which then it would be the 5th map, of course, that would be decider. If PawPower can even win that, this would be their 2nd year in a row of winning the Lioness Cup.
Yeah, it definitely would. And we're heading into Agent Select now, as we see Pearl is the next map. So Pearl is the 4th map in these finals, and then the deciding map is meant to be Corrode, but whether we get there or not, we'll just have to wait and see. But do you want to talk a little bit about who we're seeing so far?
I think so far we are kind of seeing a mirrored comp here, just waiting for Lil Bob and Jade to hover. Actually, Jade might be going Neon. I mean, or Reyna, or any other duelist. We have been seeing a little shift here ever since Lil Bob joined the team for the to sub in, because Jade has been playing Yoru in all the previous games before, even the quarterfinals and the semifinals.
But honestly, I think Lil Bob coming in has obviously made a huge difference, because they took that first map win as soon as she came in. So I think Purity was struggling a little bit in the first game, or the first 2 games, and she said, right, you need to swoop in, take my place, because I'm falling back a bit. But obviously it was such a good choice, and now she's been playing Yoru instead of Jade, because Jade has been on Yoru primarily. But obviously we just saw her Jet plays and she was really good, but now she's going for a Neon, it looks like. But we're still seeing Tabris on the Yoru, as we have seen for all previous maps.
Yeah, I also just do want to mention, I really am liking these team comps here right now, but Lil Bob, who has been playing Yoru now for the 2nd map in a row here, their agent isn't actually Yoru. They actually play Viper, Fate, and Sova quite a lot. So this is quite nice to see, of course, allowing Jay to like hop off of the Yoru, because of course Yoru currently is so meta with their abilities. It's kind of like, it's honestly could be a lose situation if you don't have them on your team because of all their skills. So,
but we can see that on the attack first half we do have PawPower, and then randoms are on the defense at the start of this game.
So far so good. I'm liking the Killjoy, I'm liking the Fade, I'm liking everything that is going on so far. I feel like this is going to be another exciting map.
Now seeing Tito switch it up again and playing Sentinel this time. They have double Sentinel with Chamber and Killjoy. And I am a Killjoy player on this map, so I'm really excited to see how Tito plays around this. But they're kind of having all 5 playing towards B main right now. All 5 of PawPower playing together. I don't know if they want to go for a full push. They're playing very slowly, placing the smoke down to block the vision, so they can cross and head down B long here. But they need to be careful of the Killjoy utility. I think they probably predicted that Killjoy would be playing A, but it's actually Chamber there instead.
Oh!
Tito getting 2 instantly in that smoke with the right click. She doesn't manage to get a third as Blossie gets that trade, but Tabris is sitting behind the screen now. What a fantastic first 2 kills there from Tito.
Yeah, randoms are angry about that map loss. I mean, that classic just killing 2 of them in the smoke. They are feeling aggressive. They need to just win this map.
I think they're all
There
probably
is-
getting a bit tired. And they're thinking, right, we got the first two. They probably thought they'd secure the third, but they didn't quite do that. But they are getting right back at them.
Yeah, they are showing their true colors. I mean, they are showing just how great of an aimers they are. And I mean, so far we haven't been seeing as much of us utility usage, but I mean, it's already looking really good for them just with that first round.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, I doubt they're gonna go B main again if they're just gonna get shut down like that through the smoke. I mean, Tito didn't even get to play off her utility, and she just killed them with the right click through the smoke. Absolutely amazing. But they're gonna go for a bit of a mid push. They're heading towards doors. We can see that Evie and Tabris are kind of backing off into Link here. Mali as well, playing 3 towards Link. They want to play off each other. There's also, even though they've bought, they still want to be able to keep those guns to themselves. They don't want to give anything to PawPower.
Oh, that could be huge. It gets only one of them, actually. I thought it got all 3. Lossy getting through. No one pushing them, though, so far.
Kind of holding this smoke. But while they're playing in Link, it allows the rest of the team on defense to crawl up through Secret, maybe into Dugout, even through Flowers as well. They're heading there one by one, but they've still got Tito waiting on B.
Do you really like that the Killjoy hasn't rotated yet from B? Because
Yeah.
there is still a possibility, of course, for them to walk through mid here and just
Yeah.
rotate. And the rest of the
Exactly
team
what's
is actually
happening, though.
following. Yeah.
I mean, they're heading through Link and the turret spotted them, so Tito knows that they're on their way. But she's kind of stuck
30
in hall a
seconds
little bit,
left.
but she's holding with an outlaw. But there is 3 and only 2 bullets in that gun, so we should be able to shut them down enough.
It is just... We're still just waiting for the push that we are seeing currently here on B site. Killjoy in the back.
Oh, Tito getting 3 with the classic. Absolutely incredible shots. Blossy sneaking around, getting one. Kalia getting killed there on Tito. Dia getting one on Blossy. And it's up to Kalia with that sheriff. She has the spike, but she doesn't have enough time. She gets 1 and manages to damage their eco a little bit more. But honestly, Tito with the classic, getting all of her kills so far with the classic, has just been so good.
Yeah, I mean, for piss around in the first couple of rounds, you can rely so much on the classic, especially in the defender side, because as you've seen them push in, you can just literally right click them, which is exactly what we have been seeing these past 2 rounds.
And to be honest, I think the Glitch Pop Classic is probably a standout one. I think that's probably what's helping her to get these kills.
Of
And actually, I
course.
have it in my shop right now, and I'm very tempted to buy it. I thought about it already, but it's quite expensive. But like after seeing what Tito's just done, oh, it's just really inspired me.
Might just have to commemorate this.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Oh.
call it my Tito Classic from now on. Oh, maybe not after that.
That was quite
I'm actually-
unfortunate.
They did just kill her there, but
Yeah, they were just turning around and just got the unluckiest timing of their life. It is only Chamber on B site here as well. None of the rest of the team has rotated yet, and the full team,
No.
I'm pretty sure, is just trying to push down.
Dia getting 1 with the outlaw there, but do note that this is the buy round for PawPower, and they do have the gun advantage, but Dia has just gotten a kill with the outlaw, and Tabris does have a vandal still, so honestly, this could still be pulled in the favor of randoms.
Spike has been planted. There's nothing else to do right now but try to push onto the side, because quickly enough the time will start ticking even quicker.
Kalia
Dia
shoots
gets another
that
one.
clone. Tabris is trying to make a distraction on the flank. 2 coming in from spawn. 1 coming in from Link. Kalia does get the kill there. Lilbob getting another. Blossy getting 1. They're getting kills each, passing them around. And Blossy getting a second there on Mali. So the first round of this, first round for PawPower, sorry, is set in stone.
And as there is a tech pause right here, I do just want to say they just had that site held down there. I mean, right after planting the spike there, it was difficult for randoms to even try to retake it.
And honestly, I'm so excited to see how the rest of the game goes because those first 2 pistol rounds, Tito, oh my god, incredible. Really set in stone the start of the game. I mean, you can tell she's furious they lost that last map. And that was their first loss in this series. So obviously they're going to be mad. They want to pull it back for themselves. So hopefully they will win this map and keep it just as a 3-1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, I think even last map they could have maybe realizing that this was the last map that they could have needed to win the cup. I think they could have maybe let their guards slip a little bit, which of course kind of backfired here. So I think they are realizing that they need to kind of just focus up again and just try to win this, honestly.
Hi guys.
Most definitely.
I've snuck in during the tech pause. How's it going?
Hello. It's going really well so far. I mean, I'm guessing you've seen what Tito's doing already.
Yeah, incredible shots. I mean, the first pistol. I mean, the pistol's always great footing to start, especially when you've just lost a closer game like last game. But I mean, the bonus isn't too big of a problem. It's just they need to try and bounce back in this round to really get things moving forward. I like starting defense on Pearl. It does give you a pretty big advantage to play however comfortable you want. I think attack's quite difficult because you have to really be super coordinated, and that's where PawPowers might struggle a little bit. But once they go back and switch sides, it might be a completely different story.
Absolutely. And I mean, even the Pearl plays that we've seen so far are so good. And I'm so intrigued to see how they will play around these new map changes in the future rounds because we've only really seen them play around smokes quite a lot, and especially on B long and playing around those boxes on site where you can just about see the angle of default from B link. I really want to see how they utilize that from now on.
I would just like to point out as well, I'm really loving the chamber on this map so far. It is quite, I would say, interesting to see Tito on Killjoy. Of course, we haven't really seen them, what kind of agents they play. We have only seen kind of the more aggressive ones, obviously because of their aim. But I mean, on this map, see the Yori and the chamber, I just really like, and we have been seeing some amazing utility usage from them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the double sentinel is kind of weird. It's not that looked at right now, especially in this sort of meta. It always shifts towards double duelist, but I mean, chamber is seen quite a lot, and maybe if they're super comfortable with playing, and maybe because they knew they were playing defense, they wanted to try and build up as many rounds as possible, which could be probably a great strategy because on this map, like I said, PawPower has to be really coordinated as a team to take a lot of control in this map. It's very difficult to push Art and Link, and then when it comes down to the sites, you're walking into a sentinel either side. So everything is so difficult. And I mean, they are a team of friends. They haven't practiced as much as randoms, but I think that is it from me, and I shall see you guys very soon. So enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you.
In a bit.
I said thank you like I'm the one playing.
I want to just point out, we almost have an ult here. Blossy's ult points currently 6-7. I'm very sorry, that was actually requested by the players. That was requested by the players. Have to honor them, really. But yeah, Blossy is close to her ult, so maybe she'll use that this round. Tito's also close to her ult as well. Killjoy ult possibly happening this round, very early on though, but they've all got guns and it's all to play for now, so you never know what's going to happen from here.
Yeah, Astra is just waiting for anyone to push up B site while the rest of the team is currently trying to go onto A. Not sure that they realize how many players are kind of focusing towards A. I mean, there's 3 that can just quickly rotate there.
Now, Blossy's kind of by herself in spawn right now. I think she's trying to play for some sound towards mid. She did pause for a second there, but I think she can probably hear the Yuri pushing up there. But the rest of the team have sight here. They're on to A, being trapped by the Fade Tether. Kelly getting the kill on Evie there. One is stuck on default in that tether still. Karina getting the kill. Oh, nice shot from Mally there on Karina.
On the last
Jade
bullet.
doesn't know who's in front of her. Dia dies to behind, but Tabris coming through main, getting the kill on Blossy there. It's now a 2v2. Mally is holding backside behind this box, and Jade gets her so low. Mally needs to be careful. She gets that kill there, and it's up to Mally. Can she get that 4th kill? Kalia is
6
waiting
bullets.
in main. Mally doesn't kill her, and Kalia gets that 3k to secure that round there for PawPower.
I mean, we are. It is 2-2 so far. Do you think this might go into possibly an overtime? Do you think someone might take the lead during while the sides are like this? Maybe when the sides are switched. What do you think?
I think that you know what, I believe that randoms are going to think about last game. They're going to get really angry, and they are going to run it down no matter what side they're on, and they're going to kill them all and start getting so many rounds in a row. That's my prediction. I think they're going to get at least 6 rounds in a row here.
Of course. I mean, both of the teams are kind of fan favorites here, as I said, with randoms, first loss being the last map, and with PawPower's second potential win here. What a Lioness
Let's
Cup.
point out what I've just said as well. The fact that Evie got that shot right after I said that. I mean, that was a nasty shot on the Sheriff, but she still got shut down by the rest of PawPower rushing into site. The util usage has been fantastic. Tito's left by herself here in a 1v4 situation with a Marshall. She's deep in spawn. There's not a lot she can do but play for exits.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if the team might run that way once the spike, of course, detonates, but I mean, there's always a chance. They are looking like, the Sheriff is looking quite head level, so there is always a possibility.
Now, Kalia and Blossy do have their ults ready. Lil Bob is one off of her ult as well, same with Jade, so there's a lot of ults coming through, and even on Random's side, Tito and Tabris both have their ults, then Dia and Mally are both and Evie as well, they're 1 point off their ults too, so I think we're going to see a lot of ult usage in the next round or so, which could get pretty hectic, but honestly, I want to see a lot of action like that.
Yeah, especially because, PawPower still has 2 of their, I guess, most useful ultimates, to be honest, with the Killjoy and the Astra there, especially if they can get the spike down. I mean, the Astra ult is just so incredibly good. So I do think that this it kind of looks even, because also both Yoru and Neon are just 1 point off of their ults. It's a 50-50, really.
But we're seeing a bit of a default going on here. With 3 players going through mid, I think they're going to try and get some art control, but they get spotted by the Prowler there. Jade shooting that turret to try and put a bit more pressure onto them. The spike on Karina in A main. Blossy getting a nice shot there on Dia. And they're kind of flooding through Link here. And it's just Tabris alone on site, but it doesn't matter. She shuts the Neon down.
I mean, you can be alone on site and have a 5-man pushing you and still get the ace. It is all about the confidence. And I think that is exactly what we're seeing here from both teams.
Now, it's a 4v3. The Killjoy ult has gone down to try and keep this site. But the Killjoy ult on the other side has gone down too to try and counter that. And I wonder which Killjoy ult is going to be more powerful in this situation.
Oh my god.
Anyone else?
We will not talk about that. We will talk about the first skill. Great shot. And we're moving on. 2v2. The spike is down.
Glossy's on long here. Doesn't kill Mally, sorry, and Mally and Evie take those kills to be able to get the defuse there on the site.
And they also have the operator on defense. So I do think I can predict what is going to happen next round.
Now, the thing is, we need to be careful because there are 4 ults ready for randoms here. They could have a combination of them with the Yoru and Fade, like I think we spoke about in the previous map.
Yeah, and definitely if Yori is playing on B side, they could very much just run up with their ultimates, check, of course, if there's anyone trying to push towards B, but I don't think they're actually going to do that.
They're heading for a quick A push here with the Neon ult coming through, blocking Deer out. She TP's out here, dies to the Neon ult, and so does Evie. What a great entry there from Jade. Fantastic ult. Tito gets seen by the Prowler. I mean, Tito and Mali kind of playing around here. Mali dies to Karina. They have sight so quickly, getting that bomb down. And it means that randoms are kind of split up right now. Tabris dying to Jade with the all of a sudden. Honestly, what a round for Jade so far. Coming in and almost getting Tito there could have been a fantastic play, but Tito doesn't realize that Kaylee is waiting, but she does know she's probably going to get pushed.
Yeah, and as I'm saying, basically all the time that the spike has planted, they are limited on time here. I'm not so sure. They get the headshot on Karina. That was quite clean, actually. They're just walking to the crosshair. However, I don't think they'll be able to get any other picks here. So I do need to
She has the gingerbread man, by the way. I've just noticed on her Vandal. There's the little guy waving his arms and legs around. That was very cute.
We are getting close to the holidays, so
yeah.
Happy early holidays to everyone.
Merry Christmas to those who celebrate.
Yeah.
Now we have a timeout coming here through from randoms. I think they're getting a little bit worried.
Yeah, I do think they are just talking about, of course, with the economy here, they don't have enough to buy full utility and full loadouts. So I do think the timeout is just about. I think we have been noticing this quite a lot in previous games as well, like only getting a timeout when they are kind of low, kind of on an eco actually. Just wondering what they should do. Of course, with the other team always having the stronger guns, especially on this map, I would say as well. It's quite a large map, so you would want to have kind of a marshal, an outlaw, or like an operator, which we do have the chamber ult. I almost said the ginger. You mentioned the gingerbread man.
Yeah. But if we look at the economy from here, I mean, randoms are struggling a little bit, and PawPower, they have a lot of money to work with. And I think it helped that Jade came in with her ult and managed to just storm through site there and get to, and then got the control of that operator, which allowed them to get that site so quickly. But now randoms are struggling with money. They have Tito with the Vandal, and I don't know if they're going to play around Tito here or if they're just going to leave her on A like they did previously when they had, I think it was PawPower actually left Blossy with the Vandal by herself with the rest of the team stacking the other site with classics.
Yes. Yuri is just TPing in. They do notice one of the players. They're blocking chamber right there.
I think yeah, she should have blocked her vision. But that was a great play there, using the TP and then TPing in with the ult to get there faster. I think that was a very interesting play that you don't see so much, but Dia's kind of holding this hall and dies to Jade there. So 3v3 now. The Astra ult is obviously down. Tabris getting two nasty shots there. Taking out Jade and Blossy, so it's up to Kalia, pushing down long. Obviously, randoms do have the spike control now. They have it on site. They're holding it as best they can. They don't realize that Kalia's there. Evie needs to turn around. Kind of holding her cross here.
They don't spot her and not happen.
Tabris saw and got a third kill with that Sheriff. What some nasty shots there from Tabris on the Sheriff.
Wow. 4 and 4. I don't like how close these are getting. I mean, it's very suspenseful. I did also very much like the Astro ult there. I do want to point that out. It was so great. Yeah. Of course, it did help him get onto site.
I was talking about the economy at the start of the round, and I was saying that randoms have fallen a little bit behind, but the way that Tabris like shot with those that Sheriff was just so well played.
I mean, who needs rifles when you have the Sheriff and the aim of a pro player?
Exactly.
We are seeing a mid-execute here with Tabris getting to pick on Blossy, trying to push up on B site.
It's really shining through this map so far. But yeah, they're flowing through a little bit here. They have two with Yuri sitting in mid a little bit, leaving Kalia in A main. Get some information, but they don't know that 3's on site, and it's probably not the best idea to try and hit A here, as you know they've left Chamber alone on B, and it could be a vulnerable position for her to be in if they go for a B push instead.
Yeah, this is currently a high pressure situation with so many so many players, sorry, being all on the same side. But Jade does get the first pick there, allowing her to just get onto site. She gets the fade. Does she get the one back site?
Her entries have been absolutely amazing this game. She gets 3. Can she get a 4th and a 5th? I'd love to see it. She gets a 4th kill.
Does she get the 5th?
Jade on for the
she
ace
is.
here. Doesn't realise that Evie's left side. She sees her. Can she get that last kill?
low.
She's so low. She goes through and she doesn't get blinded, unfortunately, and misses that last kill for the ace. But honestly, it was such a good play from her, nevertheless.
I mean, Jade has been talking about how much she loves playing Yuri, but I think that she is so great on Neon. And we have seen, of course, in a pause game with them playing Jet. I mean, I think they might just be an over like duelist main, of course, but I think she just ditched the Yoru. Just get on the Neon. I mean, running it down with her ultimate is so incredibly good.
Now, obviously, it's a 3v1 situation, but there's not a lot that Evie could have done here. Just
I
plays
love
to
the little
save her
flexes.
gun. I do actually have that teddy somewhere as well, but I don't know where it's gone.
I like the one
I
that
do
Jade
have
has loud. I don't know what it's called. The horn thing.
Oh yeah. Use that a couple times. I can't remember what it's called, but anyways, we go into the next round. We're seeing people sort of stack more towards B, or at least
3
we're
ultimates
seeing.
as well.
Yeah, we're seeing
on the fence.
PawPower kind of head more towards B this round. They have the Killjoy back on B as well. The Sentinels have switched back around.
Yeah, I mean,
And last time we saw this, Tito absolutely crushed them.
going to be is kind of their best call right now, with assuming, of course, that Chamber was playing on A along with Astra. Killjoy is the only one without the ultimate currently on site. Yuri is kind of playing very closely, just waiting for them to make the first mistake, the first step to be seen.
Now we can see that the angle that Blossy has on A, not Blossy, sorry, Evie has the angle on A. She's kind of holding that line for main, but it allowed them to know that they were going to go B because they didn't see any action on A whatsoever.
Of course.
Kind of insight now. Tito getting one with the judge. Dia getting a nice Guardian shot there. Now up to Karina and Kalia. Stuck on long. 1v4. Nice shot there though, but not enough to scrape that round back.
And it's 5-5.
Timeout starting for PawPower. And
Yeah.
you know, the score being 5-5, like, I mean, it's not like it's getting too scary for anyone. It is even, but I think they just kind of want to secure this win as much as possible and get as many rounds in a row as they can.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like either of the teams are currently snowballing, because it has been just, win on both sides, just like win, loss, kind of. But I do think that they're kind of using this time to kind of figure out of like what can they do to stop the other team from winning this round, so that they can break this kind of like zigzag that is currently going on.
Yeah, they sure are trying to do that. And I mean, I just don't know how this round's going to play out as well, because obviously the score being so even, the teams don't want to mess up what they're doing too much, because it's half working and then they're half losing, obviously. So you just don't know, and you can't predict what will happen from here on.
Of course, and it's also only 2 rounds until they swap again, in which case they also have to come up with even more strategies, seeing how they work out, and potentially losing the lead that they, or like not the lead, but the even score that they have right now.
Now, if we think about the score of the previous maps, it's 2-1 to randoms. And the thing is, if this map gets won by PawPower, it could go to map 5 of a best of 5, and that could be terrifying, essentially. But it would make it all the more exciting because that last map would be the key to the winner, which could be either of the teams at this point.
Jade is just running it down with their ultimate, almost getting two
Gets
there.
one. They took the op down, which is absolutely huge. Allows them to flood into sight like that, get that spike down. It's now a 4v4, but there's 3 ultimates available. The Yoru ult gets popped by Tabris.
All 3 of the ultimates are being used. Tabris getting 1 and Karina getting killed. Karina training out to Tabris.
Tito getting Karina there to 3v2 now. Kind of stuck on long here, but they have the Astra rule to work around. Jade gets 1, Tito gets that trade. Kalia by herself gets Tito. Can she get the second? And she does! She kills Evie there and takes that round for PawPower.
I mean, wow, on 8 bullets as well. Of course, it's the best to not spray there, but it did eventually work out. They did get the kill.
Can I get this?
And it is once again another round into the zigzag.
And honestly, that was such an exciting round. There were a couple of ults used there. Obviously, Jade had a great entry with her ultimate. And then Tabris coming through with the Yoru ult, getting that information. It seems they're going to head more towards A here. I think PawPower want to go together. They want to go for the full power. They realise that Jade can go right in, get that entry pick or 2, and then they're fine to get the spike down, and then they just have to play post-plant in the right way.
Yeah, I really like the fade ult there, you know, potentially kind of muting anyone who is on site as they push up. However, I'm not too sure I like the kind of sandwiching that is going on. We did get 1 there, and Blossie trading out that kill. It's 3 and 4 left. Karina knows that Chamber is backside. Astra trying to get the spam on them.
Now, they're kind of stuck in the positions right now. We have Dia kind of sat in dugout. Needs to be careful not to be sprayed through. The bomb is not down yet. 4-3. Mali taking it to 4-2, but Karina taps the bomb.
Last player standing.
Dia gets another kill there and gets a second as well. I mean, making sure they can't get that plant down was absolutely key, and taking the score to 6-6 now.
It's getting really close again, and I'm getting really stressed, just like we did with last map, because it has been the same exact pattern. Of course, it wasn't like a back and forth in terms of which teams win, but it was very close in terms of just the score. And I mean, the sites have been switched right now, so I'm not entirely sure what to expect from either of the teams. I'm not too sure if, you know, PawPower is more comfortable on this map playing defense, or if maybe randoms are more comfortable with playing attack. So this could be the decider.
Yeah, randoms may start to think about the fact they're so close to that win. I mean, they win this map, they win it all, so they might just try and harness that power and go straight for it. But it doesn't look like they're doing that right now, because they have 3 towards A main. They've left 2 around mid. They have Killjoy and Astra kind of playing it slower. Decided to take the spike back a little bit, leaving Tabris there in that corner to play off Dia together. See if they can get a pick, because they know that they're going to start to be more aggressive here. Dia getting 1, Tabris getting another as well. That's huge for their first round on attack. Karina peeks, gets 1. Can she get another? I think Dia doesn't want to get in too much of a dangerous spot.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I'm not too sure how great it was to push up, considering that the team is playing so aggressively. His only Yuri left alive, and to rotate onto site against 3 players of full health. One of them having a sheriff, actually, as well.
Wanted to point out that Lil B on previous map did so fantastically well. I mean, she top fragged for her team. She played so well, filling in for Purity. But she's now at the bottom of the leaderboard, 5 and 8. But I wonder if this half will be her time to shine again and pull it back. She gets 1 there, which is a great start to the half, honestly. I mean, having only 2 left alive is still really good.
Yeah.
But I wonder if she will pull herself back through to the top of the leaderboard and start helping to win more rounds for her team, so they can win a second map for for PawPower.
Yeah, and we did just see Yori there. They'll be having their flash still, which unfortunately they didn't get to use because after getting the first kill, of course, the other person just decided to peek them. But I do think it might have been smarter to maybe use it as you're peeking out.
Yeah. Now we're seeing the group up here in art from PawPower. I mean, they want to play together because they've obviously only got classics. They're on an eco here, and they know that randoms have force, especially as Tabris has the Vandal. Evie has the Bulldog, so Tabris getting that first kill here with the Vandal, getting 3 kills instantly in art, shutting them right down. They know they have complete control here. Dia holding from top mid, getting that kill on Kalia with the Outlaw. It's up to Blossy by herself in main. One push through the smoke. She can't even get that kill on Mally, unfortunately. And honestly, I think the buy round was just played so flawlessly. Obviously, I mean, none of them even died.
Yeah, and after the switch as well, with of course randoms being on attack now, I think they have shown a little bit of a more aggressive side of them, and it is working out for them. I mean, they did literally break the curse, I guess that you can call it, of just going back and forth, and they have been winning 3 rounds in a row so far, making the scoreboard 8-6. If they can keep it going like this might be just a very easy and quick win for them. And this is the last map. As I said, they need to win. So
Yep.
all of the pressure is on them currently.
And randoms are starting to pick it up a little bit more here. They're 2 rounds ahead right now, but obviously that was the 2 pistol rounds. And if we look at the first half, they got those 2, and then 3 rounds in a row were taken by PawPower. So we may see a replica of that, but we don't know what could happen from here because obviously the buy round here does go to PawPower as they do have the gun advantage, but well, they have the shield advantage at least, but the guns are still technically even.
Yeah, Karina just got a nice shot there on Dia, already getting one of them, lessening the amount of people they have, and they are currently split up. 2 people currently trying to push onto A main, and 2 people just going into mid, going through art.
I don't know, Jade is tucked behind that box. Mally gets caught out there, drops the spike as she dies, and Evie dies as well to Jade. Honestly, what a huge position for her to be
30
in.
seconds left.
Tabris
Yeah,
holding
this
close in
is-
main, gets caught by the Prowler.
8 bullets
player
as well.
standing.
Karina gets the kill. Only Tito pair left.
And she was crunched by both sides from Link and from main, unfortunately, taking the score to 8-7.
I mean, do I have to say it again? But Jade is playing so incredibly well on the Neon right now. I do think they might have to take a little switch off the Yoru just every once in a while to kind of, get into the mindset of how playing like another agent, thinking differently, which it seems to have been working out for the team.
I mean, I think that's the reason why Jada switched it up a little bit, because she knows
Yeah.
she needs a little refresher. Because, I mean, Lil Bob playing on the Yoru is obviously a really good choice here. I think from this map, we'd like to see a little bit more from Lil Bob because she performed so well last game. And I'm just waiting for her to have her moment, really, but I know it is coming. But right now, we are seeing a full rush into B here. I mean, the rotate is going so quickly because they know they've seen them all. The Yoru ult coming through, getting information.
Oh!
Tabris tried with the Bucky on Kalia, but it wasn't enough, and she takes her out. Evie kind of holding this sight line onto Heaven, holding Blossy, unaware that she is being held right now, but she's able
I
to
mean,
back out a little bit.
That Yoru ultimate, if it succeeded, it would have been such an incredible control for the team. But of course, Kalia did get the kill, and now 3 of the players are backside just waiting for the team to make their push onto B, which I do think they might just fall behind. Or maybe try to commit.
Teleport's ready.
Now, with such a fast push into B there, I'm really surprised they didn't manage to get the spike down, but I think the rotation was just so quick. They had them locked down still, but
30
they
seconds
haven't
left.
rotated back to A yet. But this huge bit of presence in mid there from Mally is so important. And I think it really means that the team don't fully realise that they're going for this full push like this.
Last
Yeah.
player standing.
I also just want to point out the awareness that I realized with Astra still being in spawn, and I think it was Neon that was still on A, just knowing that, not all of the players might be pushing onto B side. And I mean, unfortunately it didn't work out for them because Fade did get away with the Vandal there, but it was quite smart before they had to rotate.
Dreams are a funny thing.
Now
It's an
the
8
score
to
is-
8.
Yeah, it's 8-8 now. It just keeps going back and forth again. But it's what we like to see. We like it being a bit closer sometimes because it gives us some good action. But the timeout is now
course.
active on behalf of randoms because I think, they really want to secure this win.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I love the suspense. I love seeing both of these teams play. They are honestly probably one of the best teams that I've seen so far in this entire tournament. But also, it is just, as I said, it's so close. If, PawPower wins this, they could have a chance of winning for a second year in a row. And it's just like, I'm starting to root for both teams. Like, I just want this to keep going on. I just wish both of the teams could win, honestly.
Yeah. And I mean, if we look at the ults that are ready right now, there is none completely available at the moment, but Mali is getting a little bit close to hers, which could be useful to try and take the site with. But honestly, we just have to wait to see if they farm orbs at any point, because if they farm those orbs and she pops it straight away, then that's a chance for them to maybe secure a round sooner that they really need.
Yeah, and I also just got a little bit of a message saying the host predicts that it's going to be 13 to 10 going to randoms, taking the win 3-1. What do you think? Seeing how the games are, sorry.
Yeah, I think was it? Did I say 3-1 originally?
I believe so, yeah. No?
I feel like I said. I can't even remember what I predicted now, to be honest. I think there's just so many things that have been happening, like so much unpredictability going on that I've just completely forgotten my prediction. But I do think that PawPower might end up losing this game in the end. I think their comeback last game to try and take that third map was so good. And obviously they did take it, making the score 2-1. But I think that Lil Bob coming through, she really made that last map possible. But now I think she's falling behind a little bit, and that's not necessarily. I'm not saying that it's her fault that they're losing this map, because I know that might be what it sounds like. But I think just the power that they had last game because of the controls she was getting, it was allowing the rest of the team to be enabled in that way. But I think Jade is doing really well, but the rest of the team just aren't able to sort of follow in the same footsteps like they did on the last map.
Yeah, I mean, if the PawPowers could get the momentum going on, they do have kind of a 2-win round here, and they do have the stronger guns, so they do have a chance here, very much so. But of course, the spike has been planted. They are on defense. All three of them are on site, apart from Neon.
Yeah,
this could be close.
That spike is down. Jade gets one. She gets a second from behind. Absolutely incredible. 3K there. Cabra's kind of holding from long. Nice shots there. She gets one, gets a second. The bomb gets tapped. Jade doesn't know that she might be pushed. She's holding from long. Turns around, gets one. Can she get that ace across? But she hasn't got a lot of time. The defuse coming through here.
Oh no.
TP doesn't realise that it's a real teleport. And she doesn't manage to kill Tabris in time to get that defuse. And Tabris picks her off with a 3K.
I mean, Jade has been playing like an absolute MVP this match. Oh my goodness. I mean, what is there to say? That match was so close. And unfortunately, the TP did throw them off, but the scoreboard is still similar. It's still very close.
I was rooting for Jade there because I really wanted to see an ace. We saw an ace yesterday, and it was so fantastic, and I really wanted to see another one, but unfortunately she didn't manage to get the last kill. But I think even if she got that kill, she wouldn't have had the time to defuse despite it being halfway. But honestly, she tried her best, and she hit some disgusting shots as well, so fair play to her.
Yeah, and I believe that would have been their second ace on this map, because there was a situation earlier, of course, where they got killed off by the Astra.
Mali using the Prowler through link, doesn't get any information. Euro TP through there, I think it might have been a little bit of a waste, but honestly, I don't know what she's thinking.
Exactly.
They'll
And
be holding with the op.
the team is very split up right now, with two kind of being mid, with Killjoy leaning more towards A. Chamber was B, now he's rotating, joining the rest of the team.
I think the op's kind of been left here on B, hold that site down, but they know it's going to be more of an A take, as they have 2 in main, 3 coming through art. They're kind of pulling back on the defense. PawPower a little bit scared,
30 seconds
but
left.
never mind. Jade is getting that confidence to pop her out. Gets one. Blossy gets another. Huge 2 picks there. Karina gets 2. Evie gets Kalia there in link, and so up to Evie on her own.
It's just feeling like dominoes right now. You know, the first person getting killed, either getting traded off or getting another one, and then the rest of the team just getting kills right after. Of course,
Yeah.
Evie's saving the Vandal here, knowing that the team doesn't have that big of a buy for next round. And Lilbob having the operator left over.
Yep, she's just saving that in spawn, holding the water there safely.
Sorry, I keep saying Evie. It is Evie.
But honestly, I mean, the shots there that we saw from PawPower was so good. Jade popping her up, making a bit of a distraction. She got that first kill, allowing Blossy to get that second as she's running around. And then Karina just getting those 2 picks as well, blocking the site from being taken, was just played absolutely fantastically.
The chamber ult getting activated here. Jade already picking off Tito. It's quite a good pick, but 4 of the players are rushing onto A side.
I feel like Jade's got a lot of first bloods this match, which is really great to see. 3v3 already. The kills happen so quick. Jade's kind of stuck in backside here, gets tethered, can't move. They're playing a bit split. Mally gets 1, pushes up, sees Lil Bob. Lil Bob picks off Heavy. Tap the bomb. Lil Bob peeks and gets picked off by Mally with a 3k. It's up to Kalia. She's going to try and come from behind. And I think Mally's so worried about where she is. She wants to plant safe. She plants default. And Dia has the op held. She's holding it in flowers and gets the kill on Kalia, allowing PawPower all down there.
I don't know if I should if I would predict an overtime here, but it is looking quite close. But then again, last time we said that one of the teams is just dominate afterwards. So not too sure. Randoms do only have 3 rounds left, but then PawPower isn't really too far behind.
Now we have just had an update that the lower bracket finals has just been completed. So Disco Dance 2000 has come in 3rd place against SZ Indigo. So they are 3rd place in the Lioness Cup 2025. Well played to Disco Dance 2000. We saw a couple of games from them, so that was absolutely fantastic to know that they've gotten 3rd.
Not too sure if you just saw that execute, but 2 players just did push a smoke and did get a kill. Very well played for them. They do need this kind of advantage right now. So I think they are just waiting. They do know, I believe, where the fate is.
You are divided.
Astra ulting. Not sure how we use. Well, it is quite a kind of useful
Dia's
right
in a
there.
bit of a difficult situation with that operator on long around that smoke, but the rest of her teammates do have the site. Tabris in backside there. Has that all covered. Evie got a bit stuck, but doesn't matter because they've got the spike down now. 4v3. They do have the Astra ult to work with, but whether they're going to pop it or not, I don't know if it's the best idea.
To be honest, they are kind of far behind. They do kind of need this, but they could also just decide to save, because of course if they do push in, they don't have the money to buy next round, and it is looking quite risky. So I do believe they are just going to save their guns as best as they can, letting them lose this round, which will make it 11-9. And it is, it is just one match. It is just 1 round, sorry, until match point as well.
Yeah, and it's getting scary now because, I mean, it's not too far of a win away for randoms because, I mean, they need those 2 rounds and then they have it all. They will win the full Lioness Cup, but, I mean, it's still not far away either from PawPower because, I mean, look how close the score is right now at 11 and 9. I mean, 4 rounds still for PawPower, and then they can take this map win too. But like we've already mentioned, it could go to overtime, but we've predicted that before, and it never did that in the end. So we just have to wait and see what happens from here.
I think it's every single time that we tried predicting an overtime, it just never ended up happening. So, I mean, hopefully, PawPower can bring it back. They do have a timeout active right now. I believe they're just talking about possible strategies to bring the rounds back. They are only 2 rounds behind, but that does also mean that randoms are 2 rounds ahead and even closer to winning this map, which could lead them to win the entire tournament.
Now, if we look at the economy going on right now, I mean, PawPower can buy here, but they don't have the full shields that they may need to secure that round because we know that shields in this situation can mean everything. I mean, with a lot of shorties coming through as well, it's really dangerous, and especially Yo's coming out of their ults with the shorty because they're both 1 point off of their ultimates themselves, so it could mean everything if they have a light shield compared to a heavy one.
Yeah, and even right here with the Killjoy ultimate, if they do manage to get into A site, there's not much that Blossy can do there at backside because they do have the ultimate, but realistically, Killjoy ultimate will just let them get pushed back. As I'm saying that,
Killjoy ult does get put down there in A, and it leaves Astra to kind of sit outside of it, just towards Secret. And Blossy's kind of sitting in that corner. Doesn't get caught by it, luckily, but her team's so spread out. But Heavy hears the rotate. Karina doesn't know she's there. She gets picked off, but she knows that there's another in main, and she relays that to the rest of her team to be able to fend it off.
I mean, so far the retake is looking great. Lil Bob using one of their flashes. Of course, the rest of the players being either in art, which Jade notices, but Heavy takes them off.
And
the Asher ult does come through here, and Blossy's sitting on site and now takes it to 12-9, which means that randoms are 1 round away from taking the grand final title.
Now, not to take away from this or 1 round, but I do just want to say the host did kind of predict this with the 13-10. So, yeah. So, PawPower does only have one round to win, potentially. Though, as you said, their shields aren't looking too great. They are kind of focusing more on buying of course, better guns because it is match point. This is the last round that they need to win.
I mean, just thinking about the fact that 1 round is currently on the line right now for randoms, I mean, it's a huge deal, and PawPower could get too into their heads over it. They might start worrying too much and then overthink what they're doing and lose this round for themselves, which would be absolutely detrimental.
Yeah, Kaylee is playing it really well, just falling behind, although they are kind of peeking around the smoke. I don't think they realize that there's 2 players there.
I think PawPower are rotating quite fast here. They've seen quite a few people around A, but they don't know that there's 2 still sitting around shops. I mean, Karina's pushed up and she's holding that B line there, but they don't know there's 2 waiting just around the corner, potentially even 3 now as Killjoy comes along. Tito is coming along here. They're gathering more towards B. Karina's in trouble. She falls there to Melly. She's just given up B side completely, which means they're rotating so fast. They know that they're going to go as quick as possible because they've completely left A now.
They're unaware. Tabris is on 15 HP with the ultimate and they're unaware. Jade picks up 1.
It's a 4v4. Tabris sees Jade there, pulls out the Vandal, gets Jade. It's a 3v3. Tabris getting another, taking it to a 3v2. They need to get that spike down. They have 20 seconds left. Tito planting. 2v2 now. The Oro comes through. Blossy needs to be careful of that turret. He's really low as well. Jumps, you might end up dying. Molly comes through.
They are both incredibly low right now.
And remember, if this round goes to randoms, they will win the grand finals. Evie is sitting on long. They're getting the defuse off. Evie has the peek. She kills one, but Lil B gets the other kill. Lil Bob getting the 4K that round. Honestly, I told you there'll be her moment at some point, and here it is on that detrimental round.
On 16 HP, they get the most insane clutch that the team needs. This means that they have another chance to potentially come back from this. I'm stressing. My heart is beating so fast right now.
If we're talking about the host prediction, this could be
Oh,
the
no.
round that randoms win.
Oh,
He said 13 to 10. So if randoms win this, then they will take that trophy home.
Yeah, I'll need to ask the host to like predict the lotto numbers for tonight. I mean, this kind of precision is crazy.
Kaylee's playing towards doors with the judge because their money's a little bit mixed right now. If she can get one here, it could be huge, but Tabri swings with the blind and gets one. Dia gets one with the operator. Jade gets that kill, and Mali getting that trade there. It's now 4v2. It's not looking too great to PawPower. Could the host be correct? Could it come true? Could it be 13 to 10 for this map, making it a 3-1 win? The randoms, which have to wait and see how this round plays out. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing they can do really is just try to play. Karina gets picked off and it's only Lil Bob.
Lil Bob needs to clutch this round, and he dies, which means that the winner of the Lioness Cup 2025 is Randoms.
I mean, who would have guessed? Just a random team with the name of a randoms winning this tournament. I mean, there was so much suspense, especially in that last game, and especially even a last map. You know, on the split. It is just absolute cinema, to be honest.
The fact that it got a little bit scary there, and that third map did go to PawPower, I really thought they might take the win for a second year in a row. I mean, obviously a few people were mixed around, but the majority of their roster was the same from last year, which they ended up being a successful winning in. But this year it has gone to randoms, like you said, a random group of people coming together and being victorious, getting the first and second map win, losing the third one, sorry, I'm getting mixed up, losing the third map, but then winning the fourth still to win the best of 5 overall and win these grand finals. It's absolutely amazing and well played to both teams, honestly. But yeah, obviously even better played to randoms for getting that win.
And we are just going to quickly throw into a break before the final words.
Yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
I mean, welcome back. What a series. We have the big boss, the brains of the operation behind the Lioness Cup 2025. How are you doing, Edie?
Hi, I'm good. This is so nerve-wracking. I've never been on an interview before, so you have to be nice to me.
Do Beth and Adina have any questions?
I wanted to. Hold on, I'm really sorry. I can't hear myself. Does Adina want to ask first?
Yeah, I can also hear myself though. Hold on. Okay, I will just ask. I'm assuming you have watched all the games previously from maybe the quarterfinals.
Yeah, no, I was keeping tuned into everything, and there's been some like really nail-biting moments, which has been it's been really great to see and like really impressive as well from randoms to be like to lose. I think out of all of the games, to lose like one map of every single game that they've played, which is absolutely insane. Like I don't think in the history of the Lioness Cup we've ever seen a run like that, which is just yeah, it's just absolutely insane. And considering as well like their team was formed literally from a small group of friends who needed a few extra players and literally went online and found randoms to play with and then have gone on to win, like, you know, beat out pro teams that have come back from winning. And yeah, it's just incredible to see from them, and then all of the other teams that took part too. It's just, yeah, some really amazing plays have gone on, and you know, it's been some real nail biting moments for sure.
I mean, the ecosystem and community for game changers is massive. I think it's definitely one of the best ones. Everyone knows each other. Everyone's really comfortable with each other. They can just hop in and start playing with each other, and especially the sportsmanship when they play against each other. It's quite fun and enjoyable. It's not just this is what I have to do. We're gonna have to win, but I mean they're happy and friends at the end of the day. So I mean it's great.
Yeah, 100%. Like it's really nice to see such a safe space created for women and other genders in gaming. Like I think initiatives like the Lioness Cup really highlight the need that we have still for these sorts of things to go on, especially in the esports space. So it's always really lovely to do. It's my first year working on the Lioness Cup. Billy, the lovely girl who did it before me, left some really big shoes to fill. So it was really nerve-wracking. Like trying to get started, and you know, we upped the size this year from 32 to 64 teams, which to be honest was quite a lot of pressure because my first thought was like, how are we going to fill that many team slots? But really everybody went above and beyond, and we filled the 64 teams, and we had a wait list at the end, which is absolutely insane when you consider that's like almost 400 people all wanting to come together to play Valorant. Yeah, it just goes to show like esports can be a real safe space for people to come together and have fun with their friends, and you know, forge some really great friendships and relationships too.
I mean I completely agree. Does Adina and Beth have any more questions?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, was there a team that you kind of had your eye on from the beginning at all, or was there more a team that you were more drawn to towards the end that you were really rooting for in the finals, or was it kind of a mixture of everything? Who were you kind of rooting for?
Well, to be honest, I was rooting for Silly Puff Girls just because we've had some really nice like interactions with those just as staff behind the scenes. They're a really lovely group of girls who made the tournament really enjoyable. Streamer Zone Indigo, another group of, you know, really lovely women. There wasn't any that I would say weren't, you know, they were all such lovely girls to speak to. But I was, you know, in those last few games, I was rooting for randoms, just because their story is so impressive, right? Like, you know, I've said it before, and I'm pretty sure you guys have said it too. But to just go from a group of friends who play for fun sometimes to winning a European tournament, beating out pro teams, is just incredible from them. And also, I have to say it about PawPower as well. I've kind of had a bit of an eye on them from the beginning, so I'm quite impressed to see that they made it all the way through to the final. It's a shame that they, you know, lost out on first place, but as you mentioned previously, they are a team made up of players that won last year. So a few of those guys came from alternate attacks who won the whole tournament last year, and they've come back again and they've placed second, which is just, it really is testament to randoms and their ability really. But it's great to see the fact that people are coming back for these sorts of things. It just, again, you know, nicely full circle. It highlights the need for these sorts of initiatives because people come back when they have fun. So
I mean, if that is it from everyone, I just want to say a big thank you to Edie and to the casters. Thank you so much, guys.
no, thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
What a way to end the grand final. 3-1. It wasn't close to my prediction, but it was close. I mean, an incredible thank you to Women in Esports and the production team behind this stream. And I hope to see you all very, very soon. Take care.